Alright. Hello, friends. Okay, let's see. That should be everything. Hello, Shani. Bounce back now good because they added a monthly sub. I mean, ultimately, the decision behind them is the same, right? If you want to grab the early access, the better value is still the lower end one. Except now it's even more the case because most of the cost is covered by the sub, right? But yes, overall they are actually worth it now. And hello, Olte. I'm gonna go finish these contracts, just because it bothers me to have them on the side. Oh, also, I need to check if I still have to do corridors on some characters. Because there is siege happening today. I think I did it on most characters, but I need to make sure. Hello, Thrice. Alright. These I also need to do the lower rush one, but I mean this one can wait if need be. Hello, Diva. Honestly, no, Upper Abyss is my home, yeah. Upper Abyss is pretty chill to get like mid-range characters more situated on stigmas. Why is there so many fucking ranges everywhere, dude? Crazy. I actually need to go grind some Upper Abyss in my channel at some point. Like, I already did it a little bit to get most of this thing to level 10, but yeah, I need to do some more. Really get it going. But for today, we do have a decent amount of stuff to do. I need to do my battlegrounds, and I have a lot of dungeons that I technically need to do. I do want to get Corroded done on my channel today, but I'm gonna need to do a little bit more setup on it in order to do that. So after I'm done with these quests, I'm probably gonna be switching over to the channel to try and do exactly that. I do have an issue though where I can't see enemy nameplates or anything until I hard target them. Do you know a fix for that? It's probably because you have this graphic settings on. The display tier has an icon. You just turn these off in the Abyss outside of sieges to properly see names and everything. And if you actually can't see anything, like not even the ranking icons, that's gonna be in the nameplate settings. That damage on the Abyss mobs with the PvP gear and the Genus or the PvE? I'm on PvP right now. I would do a lot more if I was on PvE, but I'm just sticking to my PvP gear because there's a lot of people here. And I want to make sure I don't insta-die if I get jumped. Although I guess I use a PvE weapon for both, so, you know, that counts as something. And I'm also on my PvP genus, which is pretty much like just block an HP. And there's so many Narnia people everywhere, dude. I'm good, I'm not dispelling that, brother. Pretty commander, yes. Not quite the same. Also, I'm out of cooldown, so I'm out. Oh, I do need to kill mobs right there, actually, so... Not the worst, I guess. So there's two, yeah. Actually, there's more than two. Well, 7 PM. I mean, some of the pirates are gonna stop being active, but yeah, I can't wait for matchmaking to change because Nemon has kind of abandoned at this point in the Abyss compared to Narnia. We lost so many people to the server transfers. We need a a proper matchmaking to be happening. Oh, this guy's just using everything. And he's with the Glad because of course I'm good, dude. Hello, you kidding? That's over. I do need to farm a couple more north, right? Yeah, I need north as well as the front of their spawn, so... I guess I'll check the spawn again. See how it fares. And then afterward, I check all of the corridors. And then it's gonna be channel time. It's gonna be time to terrorize Group Finder for Corroded. Probably did on that actually. Yeah. Did you watch the dev stream yesterday? Afraid I missed it. I have a recap on my YouTube channel that covers everything they went over. Oh, damage when the full block on? Not really. It just depends on the type of play I'm fighting. Did grinding on Cleric ever feel slow, torn between running a support class or Sorc? If you mean just grinding mobs, nah, it doesn't really matter. Like, some classes are slightly better than others at it, but broadly speaking, every class does just fine. Right, cool. Yeah, I run into the Foxwood. What kind of guild content do we have in AION2 now? None. AION is not a guild-based game, it's a faction-based game. So legions are never gonna be more than just glorified friends lists. It was the same in AION1. Like, they do have plans to add some light stuff, but it's never gonna be anything that's going to coerce you into joining a legion. They will never be mandatory. Whatever. Are the guilds even for just little people? Yeah, it's just a glorified friends list, as I said. I mean, that's the case for most MMOs, actually. To be fair. Don't mind me, just passing by. Guild Wars and Throne and Liberty. So you played the game with the name Guild in it, and Throne and Liberty, which failed because of the guild content. So yes, the majority of MMOs don't really care about guild content. They typically just are like community hubs more than actually relevant to the content, and AION2 is no different. Alright, one more. What is the sticking side of after killing mobs? I mean, I'm not really paying attention to it. It's probably the quests. The quest thingy. Like, once you finish a quest, it does a sound. Okay, well, don't mind me. Yeah, alliances were really bad. Yeah. Like, you can't really build a game on the principle of guilds this day and age, because no one is interested in like passing a job interview just to join a guild to be able to do content. You know what I mean? Which is why the format that AION2 has, which is faction based, where anyone can just jump into the content as long as you're part of the same faction, is significantly better. And which is why like the fact that legions in this game are just glorified friends list is honestly completely fine. What would the hardest class to deal with as a cleric in group PvP be, in your opinion? From reading skills and stuff, seems like assassin would be the highest issue since you're always on your butt. You mean like a class that specifically jumps on the enemy cleric? Like which class would be the most bothersome? In that case, yeah, assassin is definitely up there. SL2 for global is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess they just want to slow down. They want to slow down power creep and progression a bit, which is fair. Although changing the pet levels wouldn't be the first thing I would do, right? Like, there's a few other steps I would take, but I did send my feedback to the NCA rep I'm in contact with, and we'll see what they do. Look like loading sound. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, that's the loading sound. Yes. I'm gonna be honest, I just completely phase out the loading sound from my my notice. I just don't notice anymore. Yeah, I thought you meant that, like the quest validation thing. Okay, so that's over. Highest issue to survive. Yeah, probably assassin. If you're actually like, if that's what you mean, yeah. SM is also rough because SM, if they get a taunt on you, or lock on you, especially in a group PvP environment, like you're most likely dead, and they can cover a seal by the end of it too. So SM is also a bit rough, like within a group environment. All right. I'll do the low abyss ones later. I mean, I guess I could do them now, but it's not. I mean, it's just not the best time to do them, I guess. Yeah, let me check the corridor situation on every character, and then we'll get some Chenner gaming going. And get it up to snuff for corroded, and then after that we'll go terrorize group finder. And hello agony. Ranger, Cleric, Templar, the three most chill classes, at least on Taiwan. I mean, broadly speaking, I would say every class are pretty chill, right? Okay, I do need to do it on this character. I would say every class is pretty chill in the sense that I wouldn't say any class is particularly difficult to play in this game. But I can agree with the sense that Ranger and Cleric are pretty chill, honestly, to play. Templar, I haven't played it at endgame enough. But I mean, again, every class is pretty chill in this game. Right inside if I get taunted, yeah. The taunt is like the one thing, right? Fancy on fear, like the old AION, yeah. Fear isn't the problem on SM in AION2. The problem is the taunt from the Earth Spirit. Like that's basically the equivalent of fear from AION1 in this game, because there's no way to get out of it. And they have it like fairly frequently. Now, it doesn't have the best landing rate, so if you lean into status effect resist and willpower, you're gonna resist like a lot of them. But they will get the occasional one on you, which will put you in a bad spot in general when they do. Especially if you play a class that has less status effect resist, and Cleric is one of those. You only have one corridor this time as well. Goddamn. And they're rookie. Better relics. Ooh, invasion. I guess I'll do it right after that. Okay. I guess it's just my luck that I just got my SM to 3k eye level to do the central rush corridor, and now we're not getting corridors anymore. Made a mock build for myself, see what I would do. Could do on Cleric, lean towards full block plus status resist plus endurance in every slot I could add. I wouldn't... Okay, the thing with endurance is that you can't really lean into it unless you fully lean into it in PvP, because there's too much endurance pen to go around, and unless your class has some default endurance, like Templar for example, you're gonna struggle to get any amount of relevant amount, right? So that would require you going for Destiny on bracelets, Endurance on your Genus, as well as have orange gear to have a sufficient soul binds to be going for it. So especially early game, I don't know if I would recommend Endurance on Cleric. 20% Endurance, so full Endurance pen in Season 1, around 100% status effect resist. 20% with full pen is decent. With that said, considering you're not going to have orange gear in Season 1, right? With the limited amount of soulbind slots, you would probably get better return on investment from regen. Because people can't build for regen pen, and no one is going for death, right? It's going to proc more often and stuff, so yeah. Now, if you want a purely defensive build on Cleric, like block is the way to go, obviously, and status effect resist world power. But yeah. Do keep in mind, you will also need dexterity and like raw block on your gear to make block work, because there's too much accuracy going around otherwise. I mean, I guess there's going to be less accuracy going around in Season 1, given there are nerfing pets, right? So at level 3, pets are not going to give the full extent of the stats, so we're going to lose a lot of accuracy from that. On SM, what is your best stats on PvP? Just offense. SM just falls within that category. Like SM just leans accuracy, crit, PvP damage boost. And then on the defensive, like the defensive layer of SM is just status effect resist willpower, just to lean into their passives. Hero 5. Do you run macro? Yeah, I mean everyone does. It's just the game is just built like that, right? On a ping, do I have better chance as a Sork or Glad? Probably Sork. I mean, Glad is really strong, but it's also pretty, like... It's on the more ping dependent, like, side of the argument. Every class is very ping dependent, right? But I would say, like, between Glad and Sork, Glad is probably the one that is the most ping dependent between those two. Can I take a peek at your macro? Sure. I mean, it's nothing special, though. So level 3 pets, not 30. Like they said yesterday during the broadcast that Global would start with level 3 cap instead of level 5, which means we're going to be getting less stats from the pets. I mean, assuming they don't adjust the values based on the levels, right? How much evasion do you think people can stack in Season 1? Curious what accuracy threshold will be. I mean, the high end is going to be like 3k, like on the really high end. But the main thing is that block and evasion will be especially effective at the beginning, because no one is going to have accuracy. No one's going to have their IL boards, asphalt boards. No one is going to have like proper accuracy genus and so on and so forth. So block and evasion for the first 2-3 weeks in PvP will be the most powerful. But I would still not recommend building into them, because why build into something that's going to last for 2 weeks, especially for irrelevant content, aka PvP. Alright. I like the Glad. I played in Ranger Taiwan on 150 MS, getting flamed by Chinese every day, even though I'm 800k. I mean, yeah, like, every class suffers a lot on DPS because of ping. So we won't have level 10 Genus or less might. We don't know exactly how it's going to impact the Genus Insight system. We don't know. We just know that they're going to cap the levels of pets to level 3, which means that if it works the same as it does right now with just a cap on level 3, we're going to get a lot less pet stats, mainly on the accuracy side. And we're gonna get a lot less, like, we're not gonna be able to like level up Genus Insights as easily. Is PvP Genus all block evasion, no other stats? Mine is, yeah. Oh, and to answer the guy for my macro, it's, I mean, I guess I can show you. Sure, hold up. But that's really only for like Assassin, Cleric. Like, pretty much the only thing that you have to keep in mind with PvP is that essentially every class goes for offense with accuracy and crit and attack and PvP damage boost. But there you go, that's my macro. Literally just this right lane right there. That's the macro. And then I have a mouse macro that holds the LMB and uses this as well. Everything else is manual. I don't use Judgment Thunder, and I use the rest manually. There's farming for the pets at the beginning. I mean, pets are never really about the farming anyways. Like, you just do your pet daily dungeon, and for the most part, that's enough. It's really just about how fast you want to get your you know, best in star genus stuff to farm crystals, which I don't think most people would give a shit about, because honestly, you kind of don't have to. As long as your genus is acceptable for PvE, like, it's fine. Alright. Okay. I think I'm gonna get this to Diamond 2. Yeah. I think I might as well. It's gonna be pretty cheap, and it's gonna be a decent amount of combat power. Are you going to make a new class tier video? Nope. I'm never going to be making those ever again, because people are completely unable to read them properly. So instead, I'm going to be making a more broad thing. But I'll never go with the tier list format again. I'm just not interested in getting views or clicks or anything. I'm just interested in like providing the right information, which that kind of failed with that video, because most people didn't watch the whole thing and just got the completely wrong idea from what I said. So yeah. Okay. Guess I'll just transfer it and like level it up on my Cleric or something. You do the content you enjoy. Well, I don't enjoy making tier lists. I just did it because people asked me to, and then the wave that came after that of people that completely misread it was really fucking obnoxious. So again, I will do something similar that will achieve the same goal, but you will actually have to watch the video. Brother. Well, that wasn't so bad. That was like 7 mil, actually. Not bad. That's value right there. Going for the handstones at the beginning. No. Enhancement stones, you just make ults and run Ascension Trial. Like, when it comes to the daily dungeon, you only want to do the pet one. It's just the best value pretty much forever until the end of time. Alright, 344. I kind of want to hit 350 if I can help it. But that's probably close enough, right? Probably. Hello from Europe. Hello from Europe as well. Is membership account-wide or just server-wide? It's only on the server. Alright, well, I guess no time like the present. I'll try to set one up. First of all, okay, there's no invasion. Let's do 450k and 148. Go from there. I'll give it an honest shot. Too shiny, yeah. Do you know how many stigma shards you get from free at the beginning? I think I found 75. I'm not sure if that's true. It's not that much. I think it's enough to put full skill at level. Wait. I'm trying to remember how many you get on by default. I think you have enough to get like 1 skill to 15 and the rest at level 5 or something. So I honestly can't remember the exact number. SM you said has offensive status effect resist. Defensive? Yeah, the main layer of defense on SM is going to be the usual like regen, status effect resist, and you're just fully built for offense on the rest. Because SM has a bunch of defensives to cover for that. And it's not like you can build for block or evasion on SM, so yeah. It's just like HP and status effect resist pretty much. Yeah, 400 energy left on this character. Did I make everything already? Yeah, I did. I mean, I can probably push it to 350 pretty easily. I do need to be running some regular dungeons as well to get to get the soulbind situation on this weapon like a proper chance. I can also try to run normal mode Bacillus. I guess that's what I'm gonna be doing. Like, I'm gonna wait until, I don't know, like 45 for this group to build, and if it fails to build, I guess I'll try to do Bacillus instead. Get some 108 gold upgrades for the armor and the guard. That would really bump up my combat power as well. I can try to get this to Diamond 2 as well, but that's gonna be a lot more expensive, unfortunately. Like, that would deadass cost me like 50 mil. And I think if I'm gonna be spending 50 mil on this character, I think I'd rather like get a full set of crafted accessories. Yeah. Hello, Cerulean. We'll see. How different are raid weapons and crafted weapons in terms of this? Is crafted better than raid? They're just different. Like, the raid weapons are extendables, right? So the thing with the raid weapons is if you're rocking a gold weapon, it's going to be a strict upgrade compared to that, because grade on a weapon is what matters the most. But other than that, you're mostly going to be using them in PvP for the extendability, right? Given the choice, because crafted is always going to be like strictly superior. But it makes for a sufficient settle if you don't have crafted. What's poppin'? It would be cool if you could go through the pet system and farming it, etc, etc. I do have a dedicated pet video. It's a bit old, but the information in it is like still mostly relevant. And I also cover it in my like global content like explanation video. That comment on your recap video cracks me up. Usually I would just like ban those people, but honestly, this guy makes such a fool of himself that I think it's good to leave it up. Because it's just funny for someone to show up on one of my videos and genuinely think he can mogs me on AION2 knowledge. When truly, absolutely no one can do that. No one can. Like, don't even fucking try to pretend that you know more about AION2 than I do. And that you can try and make an argument because of that. Because I'm just going to make a fool of you. But the worst behind you, in my opinion, getting ult from 180 to 270 without growth is utter painful. Yeah, that was definitely the hard part. Like, bumping it to 270 to get into Morheim was definitely the roughest part. I mean, at this point, I just want to get it into Corroded. Like, the final resting place for this character is gonna be Corroded and 5 stars, probably. Some people might know more. I really doubt that. Especially not some random dipshit on YouTube that is like, actually, the pets in AION2. I played AION2 for 7 years. Yeah, great. I played it for 15. Please tell me more. Like, trying to make the argument, okay, but for anyone who doesn't have the context, the guy tried to make the argument that AION2 is more pay to win than AION1 because they are making you pay 3 million kina per month per auto loot, right? When if you played AION1, and I did since the beginning, the first instance of automatic loot pickup from a pet in AION1 was the 2010 Work of the Death cash shop item, which cost 12 euros. That was the first instance. After that, later on, they added an auto-loot pet to the Crucible that was quote-unquote free, that you needed to grind for. But everyone ignored that, and instead everyone just bought the cash shop pets because they not only had auto-loot on them, they also automatically refresh your scrolls, which is a feature that is by default baked into AION2, right? And that costs real money, not kina, so... Like, you can make plenty of arguments about AION2. There is definitely discussions to be had with this game, but please try to bring up like actual arguments if you're going to be trying to bring that up. Wasn't planning on playing early access, but now with the Founders Pack change, I will. Will you share your server pick with us? I won't. I will not. I'm not trying to play the content creation game of like, guys, we're gonna be one big family and we're all gonna go on the same server. I don't give a shit about that. This is not what this game is about, right? And I'm just going to be playing with my pre-made on my server, right? And I'm going to be focusing on playing the game. When it comes to interacting with my community, I'm going to leave it to Discord and Twitch chat, as well as making guides for people to, you know, learn more about the game. That's what I care about. Because I just don't care about making like a community legion and then deal with people's petty drama about, oh, this guy refused to do dungeon with me. No, I genuinely cannot bring myself to give a shit about that. Like, I'm sorry. Skip whatever servers the big streamers join. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's another reason why I don't want to even remotely try and bring a community with me, because that just is never healthy for either the game or the people involved. Nobody wins in that scenario, right? So, yeah. Like, my genuine recommendation to you is, I'm gonna be playing my game. I recommend you guys to be playing your game with your friends. Alright? This is a game that is more centered around your faction and your static, rather than like a large guild or community. So just focus on quality over quantity. And 3-4 weeks after launch, yeah. What the fuck's going on? Yeah. And again, right, like, this game is not about that. And if you want to interact with me, and anyone that has done that knows, you can just DM me or ping me on my Discord outside of stream if you need me to, like, you know, if you need to know something or anything, I'll gladly answer you. But I'm not gonna deal with like the whole community guild stuff. Would you go early access server if you weren't streaming? Probably not. Like, it would mainly depend on the people I'm playing with, whether they want to go early access or not. Which server you used to play in AION2 before all region servers were merged, like Daylight, etc.? Like really early on in the NCSoft days of EU, I started on Vidal, and then I moved on Suthran, which is, you know, which is what on my YouTube channel, if you look at like the name of the YouTube channel in the URL, that's why there's Suthran in the name. It's because that was my original server, right? And then after Suthran, I moved to Telemachus, and after that I moved to Kalindi, and after that, with the server merge, I was on Hyperion. And that was pretty much my final resting place in the original retail. What happens with big streamers, community, if streamers leave, they also leave and servers become empty eventually? Yeah, exactly. Which is why you want to avoid those servers, actually. Like, you want to avoid those servers like the absolute plague. Because that's what they are. Yeah. Like, the streamer communities and the streamer servers are just a disease that needs to be avoided. Like, genuinely. Especially in a game like this, where you can do all of the PvE content cross-server and cross-faction. You know what I mean? Like, just focus on the actual health of your server instead of who's on your server. I just tested, I can see player nameplates in the Abyss now. Thanks so much for the help. Yeah, no problem. I used to play in Telemachus as well when they created Coretus for people. I played until 4.8, yeah. After all of the big server mergers happened and everything, like, and it went from like 30 server to like 12 or something in that era. So just to bother, just gonna be smart playing a server, I want to avoid high population server. Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair, right? But I'm just saying that for the reason that I explained, that's why I'm not gonna be making my server public, because I know for a fact that if I say which server I'm gonna go on, there's gonna be a mix of people, right? There's gonna be a mix of people who just want to play with me desperately, that are going to make characters on the server. And there's also going to be people who desperately want to like snipe me and stuff like that, and be nuisances that are also going to be making characters on that server, which is why I'm not going to make my server name public. I'm just going to wait for the people I'm playing with to decide on one, and then I'll go there and just go from there. And I'm not going to update the server command, etc. until like much later. Do we know why Steam is still missing the update founder pack for actually the 30-day membership? They said during yesterday's live stream that it was gonna take a bit to update because, you know, they have to do stuff on the Steam side. It's not typically something that is easy to just update, right? Because there's a purchase tied to it. So they said that if you already purchased it, you will get it. If you purchase it right now, you will get it. But visually, the text will not mention it right now. It's gonna be updated later. I moved to Dayland in like 2 months. Remember, you had to fucking instance with cannons 6570. Yeah, Rift of Oblivion. Yep. Enigma Legion. I don't know if you remember them. It rings a bell. I'm just really bad with name in general, though. Like during that era. I mean, if you knew me at this time, like early into like late 4.x, early 5.x, I played an assassin called Madsen, and early into 5.x, I played a channer called Yumadeska. Yeah. Most streamer content creators will be early access, I guess. Me and my group can decide between early access and release PvP wise. I mean, it's up to you, right? In terms of like how patient you are and stuff like that, but yeah. Well, this group is actually failing, guys. If you can fucking believe that. I guess I'll put this guy here. I'll just click on the first most crowded server. That's it. Speed until the end of MSQ. I mean, that's up to you. Personally, I would try to be a bit more careful. I don't know if I want to do that, actually. Hold up. Okay, you're 300k and you're laggy. Sorry, dude. Go get some more combat power. But you do want to be a bit more careful with the server you pick, because as I said, you do want to try and avoid the big communities. But ultimately, it's up to you, and server transfers will probably be made available at some point anyway. So, is Cleric a multi-hit class? You have to spec into it like Sin and Ranger. Cleric has multi-hit baked into its bread and butter, so you don't have to build into it. Like, it doesn't have to be your priority. Like once you have 7 soulbinds available on your weapons, you can pick it, but it's not gonna be it's gonna be your like last choice. I have to learn the first sanctuary raid kind of into the Taiwan server. I do have guides for everything. 546. 220k. No, let's not do that. That's a bit okay, that's better. Hello, Sakura. Do early access servers have a separate world market? World markets in general will not be available at the beginning, so every server is going to be self-contained in terms of their economy. Status effect chance is good for Gladiator. For PvP, yes. I mean, status effect chance you kind of build into in pretty much every class anyways in PvP. You do have it? I'll take a better look at your YouTube. Yeah, it was one of the first guides I made, actually, for like the first sanctuary. The only guides I don't have are the 1, 2, and 3 star dungeons, which I'm gonna be making next, actually, on my YouTube, specifically for global. This guy not using Earth's Blessing? Because I'm holding my, I guess I'll use this. But it is one of my earlier gags. That being said, all of like These days on Taiwan, all of those mechanics are pretty much like not really taken care of. Like everything just dies. But for global, yeah, it's gonna be whatever. Just put numbers on people. Whoever shows up here is a congratulations. Anyone? Okay. I'm surprised 350k channel can get into a bug. I made it. I mean, I've been saying this since the dawn of times. If you want to do shit on a crappy character, you just make your own groups, right? That's all there is to it. It's been like that since the beginning, and it's always going to be like that. You can't do anything if you make your own groups. How much damage does a critical hit amplify? Default value in PV, it's times 1.8. In PvP, it's 1.6, I think. I think that was changed like at some point. I guess I could have included that, actually. I just kind of forgot. I mean, it just kind of doesn't matter because either way you do want to like spec into it until you're capped. This one then. Well, this group's DPS is less than ideal, but I mean it's enough. Whatever. Down for an interview, podcast type of video. Don't want to spoil too much on the chat. Not really. Like I'm not really interested in collaborating. Like it's nothing personal. I just don't like the content creation space in general, and I just want to like do my own thing pretty much. So unless it's like specifically someone that I've known for a long time or anything, I don't really want to mix with the content creation crowd at all. Because it's just not a game I'm interested in playing. Symbol is 150k, does high DPS my range in 200k. Probably has something to do with ping, because range is like on the more ping dependent like side of things. Come on, guys. You guys can't do anything, dude. Are they fucking serious? Okay, we'll get it one more go, I guess. I'm seeing number 5 left of me. I'm seeing number 3 right of me. Like, this is, yeah. Yeah. These 10 minutes will be fine to play range on global, so I go Sam. 60 ping is fine for everything. Like, are you gonna do less DPS than a 10 ping gigachad? Yes, but it won't actually matters. It won't actually be relevant in terms of like being able to clear content. No numbers again. And we have a whole lot of piles left. Yeah, I don't know about this group. Gotta be honest. Like, DPS is fine, but yeah, you know. Can I have your permission to give Post a YouTube video for this guy to see a 7 ranger on the same party as normal thing? Yeah, sure. Like, you don't need like a bot perm or anything. I don't ban links in the chat. So you can just post it. Fine. Okay, well, some of these guys are not placed correctly, but it's fine. Okay. Well, that was better, but there's someone left already. Yeah, I guess I'll kick this guy. Doesn't need to be healed on this one. The Cleric is still on this one, so. They changed the pet leveling from 5 to 3, but the same fast on release. They haven't really said anything about the speed of farming. They haven't really said anything about the pet daily dungeon. Like, they haven't really said anything about the genius inside. We just don't know. We just know that the level is going to be lowered. Ranger is a bit on the low side. I mean, he does have his growth gear, but I guess that's fine. Or 50. Although he does have high ping, but we'll give him a chance. All it takes is one big brother to join. Okay, now this guy has way too high ping. Sorry, dude. You literally have red ping. Like, get a bit better, like, combat power if you're gonna have this high latency. And made Premier Party only got 5, so getting the rest will be random, I guess. Like, Ludra is not particularly difficult. Like, it's not going to be that hard to do in Pugs, especially because we're going to have the life system, right? So it's actually going to be fairly simple. Season 1 in general is going to be very simple. You look for special classes and range of preferred ones, or everything viable? Everything is viable. It's just, broadly speaking, you want at least one tank out of the 10 people, and you do want at least one healer in each group, right? But you lost to send your LIGO fast code. Is it worth to buy stuff off the auction house to craft a weapon to get started with boosting combat power at 45? On Taiwan right now, just use the growth stuff. And like, if you have the sub, just use the growth stuff, and then you can follow my my growth guide, my post growth guide. And if you don't have the growth thing, don't even try to like build your character. Just make characters to level 45, do some surface level exploration, and then just drop the game. It's gonna take you too long to reach a point where you're gonna be able to reach the next step, especially this close to global. There's some sort of true info with that cap on how much Kina you can sell the market. There is a string in the client that indicates something like that. They haven't said anything about it yet, so take with a grain of salt. Which class do you think is overall the best DPS class? All of them are fine. Like, all of them fall within the same DPS bracket on fights that are more than 3 minutes. Assassin pulls ahead a little bit on really short fight because of the way elusive clone works. But overall, like, every DPS class is fine. Can I also ask what POG stands for? Pickup group. That is what it stands for. What is a good class for both PvE and buff support? In, like, what do you mean? Like, buff support in PvP, or? Because, I mean, every class is fine for PvE. In terms of, like, a proper support in PvP, you're gonna be looking at Cleric, typically. Although Cleric is not the best for 1v1, so if that's one thing that you care about, I would say Channer instead. But Channer is not, you know, Channer doesn't focus on support in PvP. It's more sort of it's more of a bruiser. First time I heard of that was in AION2. Really? I mean, Pug is it's a pretty well spread like term in MMOs in general. And this group is already fucking cooked. That's crazy. Pet because every damage comes pet and always summoning up. That was weird. The pet aspect of SM doesn't really matter. Like the SM it's a pet class, but it isn't really. Like there's no pet management. There's just skills that where you summon a pet and then the pet doesn't attack, but ultimately it kind of works the same. There's no, I wouldn't really say there's like pet management in this game in the same way as like Gridmaster AION1, for example. In PvP, Master to explain, in PvP, every DPS class is doing well, yeah. Do Templars have a hard time to get into raids? Nope. Always 2 Clerics? No, Templar, you are never upset to have a Templar in your group. The main thing is that the main thing is that there's just not many Templars. Like that's the reason why you're not necessarily like seeing a lot of them. But Templar as a class in PvE is excellent. Like especially as of late, like the Templar stonks have been strictly rising. Only place I heard about it, that's crazy work. The pet your summon change a bit the skills, what they do. I mean, not really. Like ultimately, it's just another skill. Like the pet is just another skill, and the pet is just like a resource building thing. Now you do have a lot of damage that comes from the pet, right, in PvE, but it's no different than just pressing a regular skill in another class. Like there's no pet bar, there's no pet positioning management. There's nothing really tied to like pet management with SM. It's just aesthetics, you know. Templars in mini games are very starter friendly. Every class in this game is honestly simple enough to just play. And this guy in the party chat said, "Seeing English makes me scared." That's crazy. How does it feel compared to original AION to play, where we would say the main differences are? They're just completely different games. Like everything is familiar but different. Like AION1 was a sandbox PvP game, AION2 is a theme park modern PvE game. Like SM, it's chill, feels like just Sork or Necromancer. Pets are just doing themselves, yeah, pretty much. Pets are just cosmetics, it's just like, you know, visual flavor for the class. And also an additional source of body blocking, but we don't talk about that. This is rough, man. Is PvP still good? PvP in this game is fast food, it's not the main focus. You focus, like, the thing with AION2 is you do a large panel of PvE like activities, and once you're done with them, but you want to do a bit more, then you do PvP. PvP has its own self-contained progression, but PvP itself doesn't provide like character progression, and it's more of a side dish, really. Okay, I think it's Jova, unfortunately. You think range classes have in PvP more advantage than melees? No, it's kind of the opposite right now. Melees are mostly dominating the PvP field right now when it comes to 1v1 specifically. Because like melees don't really struggle in this game. Melees have infinite gap closers, they have infinite stuns. It's not really hard for a melee to get in on the range class. 5 SM in your raid, how funny we're in the body block? Yeah, I don't know if it would be funny, but I mean, this guy's definitely gonna kick me. Yeah, there's no way. You have to PvP to max stigmas. You don't have to PvP to max your stigmas. Like, you have sources of stigmas elsewhere, number one. And number two, even if you want to get the PvP AP to buy stigmas, you can just sit AFK in an alliance during siege. And you're gonna leech all of your AP cap for the week by just doing that. You will never have to interact with like sweaty 1v1 PvP if you don't want to. Even if you want to reap the benefits. Like, PvP in this game is very optional. Like, it's very, very optional. It's optional and it doesn't get you anything. Guild Wars fans, it's just a modern MMO. Like, AION2 is built as a proper modern MMO. In the sense that it's not... Nothing is time consuming, everything is accessible, everything is plug and play. And you just pick and choose from the stuff that you want to do. This guy didn't kick me, actually. How long does it usually take to complete all of your daily weeklies? Thinking about making ults. Emil Jin, I have like an ult video specifically targeted towards explaining the full extent of the use of ults and how much you have to invest into them, etc, etc. That also covers the amount of time you are expected to spend per week to do absolutely everything. To be able to do the latest PvP content as soon as it comes out, as well as keep up in PvP, as well as run ult, right? Long story short, the combination of everything is around 20 hours to get everything done. But if you want the detail of everything, I would recommend watching the video. All I have to do is attend to siege. Yeah. If you want to get that AP here, that AP, which is your weekly AP allowances, all you have to do is just show up to siege, sit in an alliance while people are feuding like 20 minutes before the siege itself, and just collect AP from people who die. You can even do it on like ults with 0 gear. I'll take a look, thanks. Yeah. And if you have any questions left after that, I'll be happy to answer them. Can this guy press go? There we go. Alright, we have a chance, chat. Would running Abyss set with full block and PV dungeon as a cleric be total grief? Yeah, absolutely no one will play with you if you do that. Every class builds for DPS in this game, and you need a PvE set. Because using PvP gear actively nerfs your PvE stats. How was the global reveal? It was just a bit of an overview. We learned a couple of interesting things. I do have a video about it, but yeah, nothing too special. These PvP alliances in Taiwan don't reach chat. People post alliance recruitments in the faction chat. You just click the link and it just automatically makes you join a group. Like, I'm deadass even doing it on like shitty ults just to get free AP. Alright, can this group do it? Surely, right? Impressive, you didn't die this run. Yeah, sometimes the last 3 vents are slightly out of sync. And this character literally dies in 2 ticks, so... yeah. I mean, the group comps are actually really good. Like, both groups have a Cleric, Templar, Channer. We have 3 assassins. Like, surely this is just going to fall over and die, right? Yeah, I have a level 46 Cleric with me, though. I do need to be careful with that. Oh boy. Yeah, the cleric just, yeah, the cleric and assassin just insta-died. Surely this is not a bad omen, right? And they're not breaking the right one. Okay. Or at least we only have 2 pies left, I guess. Could be worse. DPS isn't the best, but it's not terrible, I guess. And no earth blessing from this cleric either, so I guess I'm just using this. He didn't put a number on me, so I'm just going to stay back and grab whatever people don't grab. Okay, 5 is missing. Just grab it, dude. Just grab it. Okay, nice. Very cool. A nice DPS class in terms of the strong class also. Kind is more of a support, right? It does good damage, but it has a huge bulk of its DPS tied behind buffing the rest of the group in PvP. In PvP it does okay. It's not the best, not the worst. It has some good matchups, some rough ones. It's alright. Overall it's a solid all-rounder, but I wouldn't say it's it's not the best at anything, but it's overall still a desirable class. I don't know, at least we made it past the first boss. I was wondering, the animation of Chandler makes me a bit happier than Cleric. Visual appeals well to me. Yeah, Chandler's a cool class. Also was an AION2. And overall, it's really chill to play. It's really chill. It has all of the benefits from a melee, while also being range in its bread and butter, and also having self-sustain. Yeah, for the game that your progression is tied to PvE. Yeah, exactly. And that's why AION2 took this route, right? AION2 is just built with a larger audience in mind. And honestly, it achieves what it set out to do, right? So guess I'll go here, maybe. Back there, actually. There's usually less people here, so sure, I'll go here. Cleric isn't really needed except in high-end content, so people can just abuse the rest they can power through. Kinda, Alex. The thing is, no class is needed in light content, right? It's just about convenience that people will be grabbing. The reason why people are going to be grabbing a tank or a healer in light content is just for convenience. And also, you're not losing DPS, you're not wasting time by grabbing them. It's just free comfort, so people just grab them, right? It's just that you're not stuck waiting for one, essentially. I guess I'll go here. Which is why they have it set up this way. But you will want one for Sanctuary and stuff. Ideally. Although you can settle with a Channer, right? But typically you will want a Cleric. Is it free to play, not blocky like Templar? Oh yeah, I mean, again, because your bread and butter is range, you can just do whatever. You can keep disconnecting from the boss, do range mechanics while still attacking. Like Chandler is very flexible. Like you do have the range while also having the manual block, and you're able to also fit into the role of a healer. 240k assassin. Yeah, I don't know about this one, cheap. Oh, this guy pulled. All right. Oh. I guess he wants to accompany him. Yeah, this guy's lost. Wait, are they still? Are they going still? I thought we were wiping. The guy literally jumped in the goop. In AION1, we used the chat to detect enemy cast like Rider. Can do that in AION2. You can, but it's not really needed per se. Keeping an eye on this channel because you've been very helpful. Yeah. Overall, I think the majority will like AION2. Like, the game is built to be fun and satisfying to play. So if you just ignore the white noise around the game, coming from people that don't actually play the game, like you'll have a lot of fun with this game. All classes are unique. I wouldn't really go that far. Like, the classes in AION2 are pretty homogenized, but it's like every class is built upon the same blueprint, and then they do like one more thing that is unique to them, essentially. Like that's how this game is built. I don't like that every class can detect high nowadays with 30-second cooldown. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter anyways, because you don't really build, like, you don't really take stealth anyways. It just kind of feels bad to waste the stigma slot on stealth in a game where death has no consequences. Like, you can just zoom around, jump on people, kill them, and if you die, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, the zones are small, and there's no consequence for death, so yeah. It's not like AION1 where you had a bunch of travel time to reach areas, and death was devastating early on, right? Yeah, they're trying really hard to guide this guy. It's a sleeper class? Yeah, SM is really underestimated. SM is genuinely really good. It's just not very played, is the thing. I mean, look at these wholesome Chinese, like guiding their little bean sprouts. I guess if you're not a foreigner, they're not that bad. Yeah, menace in PvP, yeah. SM is a wild card in PvP because it technically can beat any class. It's the only class that has that wild card in their pocket, right? Red. Is this guy serious? Alright, that's fine. This guy went for the throat. Man, this fight is so easy when you can just block everything, holy. Oh, the donut? Nah, okay. should be phasing soon. Ah, there we go. Oh boy. Ah, nice. Good job, partner. How long is the block cooldown? It's like really short. Like if you have it like fully spec'd, you pretty much always have a block when you need it. Like 20 seconds or something, and you have 2 charges. Even less if you have CDR. Look at this 340k Channer with no gear, no tolerance, just not taking damage through anything. Yeah. Oh, that was easy. Now time to see if we can manage it to the end. Can play SM within AION2 playstyle. Yeah, I mean, what it's worth, I think SM is good in this game. Like the way they did it, I think it's fine. It does have some of the original AION like identity to it, with like dispelling and the pets and so on and so forth, like spirit sub, etc. But it still does its own thing. Honestly, like SM is one of the more interesting classes in terms of the way its kit is built. Two charges means you can be completely stupid with blocks now. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, 3 charges was fucking ridiculous in both PvE and PvP. Like that shit lasted for way too long. You know, like 2 charges is still really good, honestly. All right. Can this channel do it, chat? It also has the dispel, yeah. I don't know. I don't think... Okay, do assassins still use Spiral Slash for dispel nowadays? Because back then it was really strong, but nowadays... I mean, it probably still is, especially depending on the matchup, right? Like in a Gladiator matchup, it could be okay. Is the Sprout lost again? Yep, there is. That's probably for the best. Gotta beat certain casters without? Yeah, I can imagine. Like, Templar would be another one as well. But the Dispel would be really good. Actually, can you Dispel Proxy from a Sam? Everything with Invuln? Yeah, I guess. I mean, Invuln is not souped up to what it used to be, but, you know. How is the guild setup in here? Legions are completely cosmetic in this game. It's just like a glorified friends list. Oh, like it? Yeah. I mean, again, the fact that I've been playing this game for 8 months and I've been having as much fun as I have had, to the point where I started doing content creation with it, even though I'm playing on a racist server, mostly solo, with 200 ping, right? Should tell you enough about the potential of this game. Like, we will all be having a blast on Global. I can guarantee you that. Like, there is a lot to be said about the game, but I think most people will be having a lot of fun in this game. Most trailers have on Global. I mean, that usually is the case. Like, Oceanic servers in general tend to die, so yeah. I don't think they want to invest money into a data center for that. Like, you can just play on Japan, I guess. AION2 makes me hard to choose a main. Yeah, everyone has this problem right now, to be honest. That's probably the #1 thing I see in chat. Like, I'm struggling between this class and this class and this class. Please help me pick. And I'm like, no. Figure it out. Variable laws against it, yeah. Will you swipe on global? I have no plans to do that. Because there's just no point in swiping in this game. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know this is just me sounding like a shill, but genuinely, after 8 months of playing this game, I've only been paying for the sub, right? I don't even care about paying for the battle pass. I might grab the battle passes on global, but that's gonna be the extent of that. I just have no interest in swiping. Because it's just useless. It doesn't get you anything. The only thing that swiping does is like skip some progression, and whereas the progression is like the fun of this game, so like what's the point? Oh my god, dude, that is not good. Yeah, nah. Our sub main's worth the effort. I love Sin. I love Templar now. Long term, like long term, typically speaking, you will usually have like your main and then a second character that you actually juice a little bit to be able to do content with, if you really want to invest into the game. So kinda. Unsettling because that's enough MMOs, mini transaction, like cosmetics. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the correct approach, Ayukazi. You just pay for the sub, because again, this is a sub-based game, don't get it mistaken. Like this game is not meant to be played free to play. You can play free to play, it's not meant to be played free to play, right? And the sub is so cheap anyways, you might as well just fork it out for all of the advantages that it gives you, right? And then beyond that, you just don't need to be spending anything. Like, why would you? Pointless. Did he skip? What in the world? I've never seen him skip the fucking stack before. That's insane. Okay, well, I guess we have to deal with this puddle degeneracy. Oh god, it's in full. Okay, I guess full itself is not covered. Like, does the game 5 pay to win? Yes, absolutely, right? Like, you can swipe for power, which makes the game pay to win. So you genuinely just don't need to, bro. I'm gonna die of cringe. Everyone's fucking dead anyways. Yeah. Netflix sub is more expensive, yeah. My ego depends on it. I mean, rank 1 on what? Like, that's the thing. Rank 1 on what? Abyss ranking? Abyss ranking doesn't depend on swiping. It depends on living your life in the Abyss and killing people. It's just like a raw time sink. Rank 1 in Arena? No one does this shit. Because the content is irrelevant, it doesn't give you anything, even the rankings doesn't get you anything. Like, yeah. But accuracy and crit is only useful to reach a cap audience. That means you can replace with more attack sources. Genius talk. Your main source of accuracy and crit is in the Genus, because that's the best bang for your buck when it comes to sources of those, right? So if you need accuracy and crit, you're gonna be looking at the Genus, specifically the defensive lines in which you can't roll attack, right? I do cover that in my PvE like early guide. Oh boy. I mean, that's a bit more acceptable, I guess, as long as people are clans. I do have a debuff, so let me cleanse those. Ah, nice. Oh, again. On the wrong side, buddy. That's the wrong side. 3. Can you block that? Oh, you can. Bro, melee is so easy. Brother, you don't even have to perfect dodge the fucking roll in this economy? Pay to fast thing that going on there? Yeah. Like, the swiping makes pay to win a thing, but honestly, like, it's more so relevant when it comes to catch up. You know what I mean? Like, if you're joining on the game when there's no currently, like, a catch-up mechanic running, and you want to immediately catch up to do the raids, or if, like, you have, like, 15 dogs, 3 wives, and only 6 minutes to play a day, then that's when the swiping is going to be relevant for you, right? But other than that, it's... God, why? Why? I'm literally hiding behind the boss. Like, why do you have to go there? God. I'll be alright. Better off swiping for a better GPU and CPU or better ISP if you want DPS increase. You're better off swiping for a fucking plane ticket to get closer to the server. That is what is genuinely going to give you more DPS. It's very cheap if you are not from South America. Do you think there's the minimal chance it would do price regionalization? There is, but I think the right thing for them to do would be to just allow people to buy the sub with Kuna. So this way, if you're in a region where the sub is too expensive for you, you can just farm Kuna in game, sell them for Kuna, and then get the sub like that. I think it's the best compromise. Because regional price adjustments also allows people to just like bypass regional checks with VPNs to get the sub for cheaper, which is why companies don't always want to do that. Hello, Hyper. I mean, if they manage to kill it, that's great by me. But man, that assassination. Dude, this was the one location where... Why the fuck would you go there with the spinner, bro? Do you use macro? Like, I've started not playing Ranger. I don't figure out how to bind macros like in AION2. Yeah, you have to use macros in this game. Once you start wouldn't learn anything from bots. The thing with bots is that usually bots get the sub by bypassing stuff, by using like stolen credit card and stuff like that, which means that anti-sub just doesn't get the money anyways. Don't get me wrong, they do make some money from bots, but for the most part, they just do shit like this. To pay itself? Yeah, exactly. Like that is one of the suggestions I told them, to make the sub buyable with the Kuna, just like battle passes. I mean, they might have that. Yeah, I think they got it. Okay, one is blowing up, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay, maybe they got this. Do you ever farm Odile at all, or just bought them? You mean the gatherable? I mean, I just get my gold node Odile from doing like sugar games and stuff like that, right? And if I need some, I just buy it because it's cheap as shit because of the bots, right? Okay. I mean, they potentially got this. They still have a bunch of people in the arena, right? Yeah, most of them are still alive. And I can't believe I got murdered. Fuck me. I mean, at this point, there's nothing left anyways. Like, as long as they don't die to this stack, they should have this in the bag. Which, the boss is positioned correctly. Okay, well, they lost one guy. Okay, they survived. Someone's getting carried. Someone knocked me off the platform with the spinner. Not much I can do about that, right? Like, I was literally hiding... Okay, nice. I was literally hiding behind the boss in an attempt to like dodge menaces, and someone just like beeline towards me. Hi, very cool. And we get to reroll the staff a little bit. Okay, that's the goal for this character reached. Thanks for giving me a press follow button earlier. We'll check some. Alright, take it easy, brother. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate. And and again, I do have a bunch of guides on my YouTube channel, so if you haven't already, make sure to browse them. What's the ideal combat power in the Sanctuary dungeon? You can clear it around 350k. Like this character is 344, right? Most pogs probably won't take you under 400, 450 bare minimum, but yeah, 350 is enough. More than enough, in fact. Yeah. Alright, let's try to get combat speed on this. Hopefully. What is the percentage? Okay, it's 4%. Surely, right? Oh, I got it. Damn, this game's easy, guys. Holy. Alright. We broke past 350k. Very cool. I guess I can use the other stunts to try and get combat speed on this. Get 80 energy per day. It's more like 120 in total across the entire day. And then you also get energy from the weekly crafts and stuff like that. Sanctuary is the endgame dungeon? Yeah. I mean, there's one new sanctuary that comes every season, and it is the raid, but all of the sanctuaries like stay relevant over time. Promise, attack prep. All of these are good. Actually. I guess I just keep all of those and just like try and get combat speed over that, maybe. Earth Promise, that's the 5th good one. How am I getting all 5 good passives? Okay, you know what? Okay. Just get combat speed on this one. Attack. Okay, well, sure. I guess I'll just keep that for the time being. Oh my god. Okay, rings I don't give a shit about. I could use this, but nah. I could make potential out of this though, to enhance the looter staff, essentially. I'll just put them aside, I guess, for the time being. Until I know what I want to do exactly with this character. Yeah, I guess I'll try to do Bacillus. I guess I got this, huh? Cool. That's gonna be useful later. I was arguing with a friend on this. Let's say we hit 2200 eye level. Are we able to do Chromede at that point as a pre-5-man? Are we needing more gear score than a bare minimum? The question applies to all others, dungeons or hard mode. I mean, honestly, the thing with Season 1 is that Season 1 was built around classes being a lot more clunky and slow, right? And also around people not having pets and so on and so forth, right? So if you have a little bit of horizontal like progression already done, honestly, 2200 eye level is probably going to be enough to kill Chromede. Just because of the raw amount of power creep we have by default baked into the classes compared to the original Season 1. Okay. Alright, let's try to do normal mode Fallen Citadel. Surely people are going to join, right? Surely. Maybe I'm pushing it a bit. But I want to believe. I just want to replace all of the armor. And get like full like perfect soul binds and everything. Why did I give up on the split party stuff like they did with Ludra? Because everyone bitched about it. No one liked it. Because, okay, first of all, the original version had the second group wait for the first group to clear the boss before they could do their boss, right? That was the original version. And then on top of that, it led into problems where if you were pogging Ludra, you had people that had only done boss 1 or people that had only done boss 2, right? So even if you had people who had cleared Ludra, maybe they had no fucking idea what to do on the given boss they were getting put against, right? So yeah, everyone bitched about it because of those, like all of those reasons. Which is why they gave up the principle later on. And now they just have everyone do the same boss. Which honestly I think is better overall. Right? I never even saw boss 1 gimmicks. Yeah, exactly. And like when I made the original guide, like I had to just ask to do both. To be able to make the guide for both. It was really bothersome. And also it also means that you're only doing one boss instead of, and like you're only doing 2 bosses instead of 3. You know? Like I think the way they have it set up on Cleric right now is the best. You have 1 beefy gate boss and then 1 beefy end boss, right? And everyone does both. I think that's the best way to go about it. Like the main problem is just now we just need more dungeons in the game, you know? That's fine. That's fine. It is pretty funny to me how the NCA guy talked about crystal cheesing yesterday on Ludra, when that's not really a thing anymore, because now we have a life system, so you don't even need a cleric to do the crystal cheese, which it gives some credentials to that NCA guy that he has actually played on Taiwan, because those are like strats from the trenches, you know what I mean? Or maybe he just watched my guide. That's possible, because I do mention it on my guide. But you know, credit where credit is due, right? Yeah, the second channel is okay. Right, at least this character cleared corroded. We have reached endgame. Yo, now is the time to see if I can push this character up to Cleric. That'd be funny. I don't know some of the current NCA staff they play on Taiwan. Well, there you go. I don't know if they still play though. They probably played like season 1, season 2, just like most people, but you know. Yeah, that's fine. Just fucking send it. So that's a full 40k group with my shitty channel, and we're gonna be able to clear just fine. This character grew so fast. This character was stuck in the depth of Cradle for the longest time, and now all of a sudden it's doing Corroded and Fallen Davis Citadel. Very cool. DPS Grief Cleric on Global. I mean, every Cleric is a DPS Cleric in PvE, because every class builds for DPS anyways. So you are actually playing yourself, because you're actually doing the right thing. Anticipating like GTA 6 before release. Ultimately, none of it fucking matters. Like the topic of pay to win is always a funny one, because it really is a litmus test for posers, right? Because the thing that matters when it comes to monetization in a game isn't the fact that people are able to swipe the stuff, because that's always going to be a thing, right? What actually matters is whether the game forces you to do it in order to do the content. That's what actually matters, right? So what actually needs to be discussed is the in-game like mechanics and content, not the ability to swipe itself. And if you only focus on the ability to swipe itself, you just expose yourself as a fucking poser. Like that's just how it is ultimately. Evidence they would? Yeah, I mean, I didn't know today. Like they just, this is a company, right? They have to monetize the game one way or another, right? Again, the only thing that matters is how impactful it is on actual gameplay. That is the thing that matters. What is this insane channel gaming session? My channel is just reaching its final like form and actually doing content. I just did Corroded on it, and now I'm doing this. Holy moly! I'm trying to get some Basilisk gear. Like, if I get Basilisk gear and I get proper soul bite on it and everything, I should be able to get close to 400k combat power. Yeah, without investing anything. The DPS is a little bit sussy. Also, Richard said, right, not paying to progress isn't an option anymore. Yes, exactly. Right now, it's not the case. Obviously, that's not to say that they're never gonna do it, because again, it's tricky NC and they're funny little gimmicks, right? But right now, there's not really any grounds to stand on to be bitching about it. Like, there's absolutely stuff to address, though, which I have been addressing. I have been contacting NCSoft about. Like, the pacing of Season 1 and the availability of Horn Dragon gear that needs to be changed to be at least late Season 2, right? That is stuff that needs to be discussed. But stuff like the early access packages and the existence of currency conversion doesn't fucking matter. None of it matters. And being alarmed about it only exposes you as, like, a poser. I think so for Spiral. And Spiral, thanks for the prime. Very cool. The follow straight into the sub combo. Love to see that. Always a big fan. How much accuracy and crit we need for Season 1? I'm trying to remember. I think it was... I'm gonna need to look back on the archives, but I think it was 1.6k crit and 1.9k accuracy, I think. For Ludra? I can't remember if it's 1.9 accuracy or 2.2 accuracy. 2.2 accuracy might have been for Season 2. I'm trying to remember. Construction internally? Yeah, no, probably not. 2.2k flat. 2.2k when you consider, like, all of your bonuses. Like, including PvE accuracy and so on and so forth. All of the multipliers. Like, it's just the frontal cap for Ludra. But I can't remember if it's 1.9 on 2.2. Like, I'm gonna need to look back at it. I mean, hey, hopefully someone is going to compile some sort of, like, spreadsheet or something for that. Surely. Can't plug that. I was wondering about that actually, but it makes sense. It's a red thing. A reason to buy Founders Pack? Yeah, I'm gonna be buying it as well. Like they did what I said I wanted. They did what I said would make me buy the packs, right? So I'm gonna do it now. I'll be a man of my words. Yeah, the DPS is pretty fucking not good. I mean, the comp is not exactly ideal, but you know, I guess we'll see how much of a problem it is. Aren't you buying it regardless? I was going to buy the small one. I'm going to buy a bigger one now. Alright. Promises, no gacha and grab things, who knows how much promises will last. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, right, like, that's why NCSoft not your friends, right? But for the time being, enjoy the game, right? Like, the game is currently in a good and reasonable state. But, you know, don't trust anyone with your fucking life possessions. Do you think the ultimate worth the money from now? It depends on whether you give a shit about the skins. I think the only one that is actual good value is the $30 one. Base one for early access. I'm just going to buy it for the mount. That's really the only thing. Reasons that need no explanation. I guess I can block that actually. Those skins in the game? I wouldn't say so. It's just that the game has a very large selection of like great skins, right? And when it comes to, especially the in-game skins, In my opinion, the in-game skins just look better than the cash up ones, like in general. Like, as I said, I'm really only going to be buying it for the mount, to be honest. Cosmetics are outpowered to the genus. It's only cosmetics. All of the cosmetics that come from like premium, whether it's a skin or a mount, like all of it is only cosmetic. On this boss, if nobody has the opposite color, you just wipe. I mean, if there's no one alive with the opposite color and too many shields remain alive, then yeah, you'll wipe. Although, like, this is normal mode. Like, normal mode, you need, like, 4 shields to not be destroyed in order to wipe. But gonna do that just in case. Okay, DPS is fine, actually. I raised my block a little bit too early. Whoops. RB. To be in good shape. I mean, ultimately, if you're an actual MMO player, like an actual MMO enjoyer, you want every MMO to do well, like this game or any other, right? Because it's just more healthy for the environment. You have more competition. Only the tribalistic morons want any game to fail. There's pink chilling. Okay, we're still gonna need to do that now. Oh boy. Please don't be stupid. Please, 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 please. Actually stand in, please. Bro, we're gonna wipe. Yeah, that was too slow, dude. Pretty sure. Yep, definitely too slow. Oh man. Like, you can speedrun the first one and just immediately move on to the second one, but for some reason 3 people were standing outside. Death on Wings. Played Assassin in AION1 retail, I think I remember your name. I played everything in AION1. But yes, I did play Assassin. I played this for a very long time, but perhaps too long of a time. At Arakos, I'm doing alright. How about you? Oh. fine. We just need to do one anyways, so. Well, I'm not gonna do that. That's fine. Any plans to change the founders packs or any rumors to offer a bit more for the dollars? They already have. They already changed them. They give you sub now. Which honestly is good enough. Like that was the bare minimum. And I don't think they need to change that beyond that. On all, yes. Every tier of the founders pack give you sub now. More like it, yeah. It's more standard, right? It is what you would expect from a founders pack on a game like this. What's your opinion on the Genius Insight just to be max 3? I don't have much of an opinion. It's not the Genius Insight, it's specifically the pet system, right? Bro, are we dead ass right now? We don't know exactly how this is going to impact like the Genius Insight as well as the pet stat. They just said that the level is going to be lowered. So yeah, TBD. It's gonna be, you know, the ceiling is gonna be low at the beginning, which is not a bad thing, right? I do think they need. I do think overall it's a good thing for the ceiling to get lowered. I do think they need to do a bit more than that, like they need to spread out the release of content in season 1 and so on and so forth, but you know. Is level 3 basically free just from playing? Yeah, pretty much. Like you basically get level 3 from doing like 1 week of daily dungeon and then a bit of farming. That's it. That's a bit better. I mean, we did lose a DPS for Cleric, so you know. DPS was already pretty low, but I mean, it's looking to be okay. Question is, if they lower it to 3, then full stats just cures the stats. I mean, that's the thing, right? We just don't know. Because obviously level 3 is not going to feature, like, a lot of stats from the pets. Like, all of the secondary stats, as well as some of the accuracy bonuses and so on and so forth, right? But who knows, like, maybe they're gonna give us the bonuses and just have us refarm for them later or something. Either that or it's gonna be a more permanent change for global, and they just don't have level 5 on global. Like, they just didn't really expand on any of it, right? That's the thing. When a new season comes up, that's probably what it is. But then, like, the big question is, how is it going to impact the Genius Insight system, right? And like, how are we going to get the missing stats as well? Because without the accuracy from level 4 and 5, I mean level 4 more so, like, evasion in PvP is going to be even stronger, right? What's the next stream in 2 weeks? So what, from NCA? I think they said the next intervention would be at Gamescom, right? I don't know if there's going to be anything else beyond that. This guy just jumped off the fucking edge. That's just impressive, honestly, at this point. Yeah, we're not going to make this DPS check with one less person. Do we smart us? Yeah. Okay, well. 35-60 ping material, a game like this for combat. You can play anything with 60 ping. It's just that obviously your DPS, you're gonna get DPS mocked by like a 10 ping giga chat, but in terms of like actually clearing content, it doesn't matter. Can these people just die? Man, I'm not... Like, this group would be able to clear, it's just that these guys are just doing fucking whatever, man. Like, how do you fall off the edge, dude? The double weapon system from Throne was just bad. Like, all of those double weapon systems are always bad. Because, like, it just... It's one of those things where people are like, wow, it's so cool, I have so much agency for building and so on and so forth. But then you actually play the game and you have, like, 3 combinations that work. It's always like that. It's always the illusion of choice. Which is why anytime someone is like, oh man, I don't want to play AION2 because it doesn't have as much building elements as Throne. And I'm like, brother, Throne had no building element. You had like 3, maybe 4 classes that you were allowed to play by the community. And then each of those classes had like 1 meta build. Maybe 2 if you felt frisky. You know what I mean? Like, just the illusion of choice. Like, people think they want something and then they actually play it and it's actually dog shit. And they never learn. They never fucking learn from it. Like, let me tell you, I played Throne, I did everything you could do on Throne. That double weapon system and the entire building element, it was dog shit. Oh my god. Oh, you don't play the flavor of the month? Well, you don't get to do content then. That's unfortunate. Oh, you don't have a healer? And healer feels like dog shit to play? I guess you don't get to play the game now. Yeah, dude, it's just awful. I should have picked up in groups all the passed over for real clerics. Channel is fine, yeah. You will never be upset to have a channel in a group. And channel can handle healing by itself. It's not as plug and play as cleric in terms of handling healing, but it can. You can gear up towards it. But broadly speaking, like, you probably just carry both. If you can afford to do so. They nerf daggers. Not just daggers, like daggers, greatsword, SNS, like there was too many overbearing weapons and those weapons typically only had like 1 good combination. It's like on paper they had some good ideas but they never expanded on it. It's like, oh, you want to be able to hit your target? Well, you have to play a greatsword mix then. And then if you're going to be playing a greatsword mix, you have like 2, maybe 3 choices, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. Oh, you want to play a gas cannon DPS class? Well, you're playing daggers then. Crazy. And then if you're playing daggers, you realistically only have like maybe 2 other weapon you can pair with to be doing okay damage. Oh, you want to play staff dagger? Be prepared to be an inferior class for the rest of your life, man. Oh, you want to play SNS dagger? Wow. You're gonna be a single target, like, 4-man's assassin. And no one is going to like you. Do you have achievement for cleric in some dungeons that's 5 stack with the same class? No. There's nothing like that. What's cleric PvP situation right now? Best class in the game for group PvP, worst class in the game for solo PvP. That's the TLDR. There's more nuance to it, and I can expand on it if you care, but that's the TLDR. Alright, surely we can clear, right? Probably. Okay, I can do all of these. Very cool. Point solo, is it not so good? Cleric is the only class in the game that functionally has 0 CC. In a very CC-centric meta. It's also the only class in the game that has to manually heal itself instead of just passively healing itself while DPSing other people. So you just run into scenarios where you can survive, and also it doesn't have like spectacular DPS, but yeah, like you can you're basically going to be constantly running into scenarios where you can survive, but if you inflict damage on the target, they're eventually going to CC you, and then while you're CC, they're going to burst you, and their burst is going to provide them life leech, which is going to bring them back to full life, and you're going to be stuck in a constant loop of doing damage, having to slow down your damage to heal yourself, getting stunned, and the enemy healing itself back to full. And then on top of that, the bulk of your burst is reliant on having Earth Punishment land on the enemy. But the problem is that it is dispellable, so if the enemy just dispel pots Earth Punishment, you have 0 damage. So yeah, that's not to say that you can't do your, you know, your PvP weeklies and stuff like that by yourself. But, you know, you're never going to be a 1v1 hero. But for group PvP though, it's excellent. Cleric is second to none when it comes to supporting other people. How does Cleric do for endgame grind with dailies when playing solo? For PvE, that all of those problems just go away. Every class is fine for grinding PvE solo. Like in PvE in general, the current state of balance is honestly probably as close to perfect as it's ever gonna get, if I'm gonna be honest. Like the current state right now in terms of PvE, outside of nitpicks in individual classes, is completely fine. There's no class that is unwanted, there's no class that you don't want. There's no class that can't clear stuff, or can't farm, or can't do nightmare or anything. Is there flowers as weapon skins on AION2? If yes, which? Maybe? I honestly don't know, because I just use like in-game skins and I just stick to like boring choices. So yeah. Maybe there's daggers, I don't know. How do you like Chenner? Chenner's chill. I do like Chenner. Yeah. Chenner is a good like in-between in terms of in terms of like the comfort of a melee class while having range. Okay, I do need to be careful because Siege is in like 45 minutes, but must be rage baiting. Yeah, Sork is in a good spot right now. What is Earth Blessing from the Earth Punishment Stigma? It's a group party buff, and it's actually one of the main reasons why Cleric is doing great in group PvE right now. Because it provides attack, defense, smite, and also a buff called Predation, which gives an additional attack swing to every group member every time they attack, which is a huge RDPS increase. And it's in conflict with Power of the Storm, and it's inherently just better than Power of the Storm. In PvE. In PvP, Power of the Storm is better. But yeah, for PvE, Cleric went to that one. Did they remove the restriction with Power of the Storm? No. Siege is the worst content in the game, legit dog shit. It's just another one of those plug and play things. You go there, you collect your rewards, GG's. Again, it's just quote unquote modern MMO design. It is what it is, right? Like, for what it's worth, at least it's like a ZVZ gathering in which, you know, more casual, non-PvP leaning players can gather in order to get their AP cap, right? Because it's very easy to just join a force, be a part of the Zerg during the pre-siege, and just get like 100, 200, 300 KP from that. I'm Templar before Global. I do have a Templar ult. I'm probably going to be pushing it a little bit. But once my Chenner is fully settled, I'm going to be leveling a Gladiator and a Sork, because I do want to have one of every class ready at level 45 when I'm going to be doing my class introduction video. And we'll always get epic events that X quick. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of energy left on this character, so honestly, it's not too urgent. I'm gonna sit for like 2-3 more minutes. If it doesn't fill, I'm gonna do some dungeons on my Cleric. Or something, until Siege. And then I'll do Siege, and then I'll do my Lower Abyss weekly, and then I'll do Corridors. And then we'll go from there. Oh, fuck, I forgot Battlegrounds. God fucking damn it. I forgot again, bro. Is it active right now? Wait, okay, hold up. It is active. Okay. I need to do Battlegrounds right now. FPS will only being able to see people that are in your face because draw distance so bad, won't even fight for a mini zone. You just fight for the artifact to get corridors. I mean, ultimately, there is a means to it, right? It's not like anything special, but there is like a reason behind it. But then again, like, sieges and I don't know, sieges in any MMO, like the only instance of a good siege I've ever played in any MMO was AION2 Pangaea. That was the only time I did a siege in an MMO that was actually good. Because the other sieges in AION1 usually boil down to, well, that faction is dominating the server, they get the castle, and no one is ever going to contest it for 3 years. GG's, right? Like that was it, right? Gear Wars 2 at release wasn't bad. Yeah, but see, like, it wasn't bad, and at release, you know what I mean? Like, you could make that argument with a bunch of stuff, right? This, at least, stays relevant at all time. Like, that's the main thing, right? You always go, there's always PvP, and you always want to get the corridors to get the things, right? So there's that. At least it has the advantage of being serviceable. Is it exceptional? Not really. You're just fighting in an open field for a world boss to get an instance, right? But, you know, it's plug and play. It has, again, the use of, like, allowing casuals to get AP. You're getting medals from it. You're getting a dungeon from it. So, yeah. Pangaea was good, and then boss fights after if you're winning. Yeah, Pangaea is the only instance of a good siege content in any MMO I've played. Because population fell all the time naturally. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the hard things with sieges to achieve, right? Okay, where's my group going? That's splitting all over the place, actually. I mean, it's mostly clerics, so they're mostly going to be like self-dependent, right? I guess we're focusing this guy, right? It's only clerics versus only gladiators. Very good content. Yeah, I do see an SM though. Focus this guy and then go on the SM. How much percent boob slider? I'm not like a hyper gooner personally. Like 40, 30. Something normal basically. And healers versus 0, yeah, kinda. I mean, they do. I think they have 2 clerics, 1 or 2. I can't remember, but. I will not be using Defiance on them. At this point. They added some sound effects for the point captures. That's good. Maybe people will actually start fucking noticing when points are getting captured then. Right, let's get this other one. There's only like literally one dude, isn't there? And he's dead. Alright, very cool. Yeah, that's we got this one in the bag. I am looking forward to see the return of the push the load thing though. For sure. Probably focus the SM. You have a Benevolence running already. Holy shit, dude. I mean, they are doing some, like, spicy focuses, for sure. Yo, can we kill Edison, please? Any assists in the chat? Okay, come on. There we go. Very cool. I mean, they do have clerics, actually. Like, I think they have, like, 2 or 3. Can it work in BG? Everyone level 50 with standard stats? Yes. Everyone is equalized. Everyone has max level skills. Everyone has every perks unlocked. Everyone has the same stats. Come on, dude. You guys have already lost. Don't even. I mean, that being said, you can only access Battlegrounds from level 45, right? So... Orc versus Ranger in PvP, what are your opinion? I mean, that's a good question, because like both kind of operate the same way. I would say that Ranger probably wins because Nature's Blessing is just really strong against Orc. But then again, you can just ice block through it, so I would say it could go one way or another in this specific matchup. We're just gonna win after this next tick. Bam. Is AION2 a Korean pay-to-win MMO? Are no pay-to-win features? Yeah, it has pay-to-win. Do you have to pay-to-win? No. But you can swipe for power, just like any other MMO. And I said you can only do 3 times a week. Yeah, I mean, I'm also of this opinion. I think it should be at least 10, but it would be nice to get more. But I guess we'll see also when we get the other game modes, right? Because we're gonna have other stuff to do. Always the current MMOs that pay to win? Nah, every MMO is pay to win. Like the thing that matters is not the ability to swipe for power, because you can do that in any fucking game. The only thing that matters is whether the game coerces you into doing it to be able to do content. Which I can tell you that this game doesn't. Now after that, it's you on your hubris, right? Too much considering their approach of bite-sized content cycle. Yeah, but okay. Consider this, Metaslave. Right now, it's 3 times per character. I would prefer it to be 10 times across the entire server. So this way you have the choice to do it on any character. You can swipe your card and get biz gear. You can. You absolutely can. WoW even has a legal method. But other games, like every game has illegal, quote-unquote, illegal methods, which ultimately is the same thing. But no, like the games you listed, you absolutely can swipe to get gears and carries and everything in between. Again, the only thing that matters is whether the game forces your hand in order to be able to do the content. Like that's what actually matters, not the ability to swipe. Can you show me your macro? Sure. It's nothing too special though. Like I've been playing MMOs for 20 years, brother. I can tell you that once you're not 12 anymore and you understand how people play these games, you understand that everyone swipes for power in every fucking game. Everyone is always going to be swiping for an advantage. That's just human nature, to be taking the path of least resistance, right? I mean, trade tanks, you didn't even ask what you can swipe for in this game. Or if it actually matters. I'm telling you it doesn't matter, by the way. And now you're already backpedaling on the fact that these games have no pay to win. Like, you just need to get out of your head when it comes to that. I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like, if you want to talk about, you know, exactly how the game works and everything, I'll be happy to do so. But if you just want to be locked in your ways, like I think the discussion is over. Yeah. Please kill the Spirit Master. Thank you. Very cool. Again, there's nuance to everything. Like, there's nuance to everything in life, and this is no different. Brother. Do not let this guy take the point. Do not. There we go. Anyone who thinks logically when it comes to what is pay to win, if you can swipe your card to get bis everything, such as TNL, that's pay to win. Got a battlefield. Okay. And did you ask me whether you could swipe your card to get bis? You didn't, right? Also, I mean, you technically, yes. I mean, if you really want to argue that, you know, on that way, technically, yes. You can call those pay to win. Which is why, ultimately, I'm bringing forth my argument that what matters is not the fact that you're able to swipe, because, as we just demonstrated, you always can. What matters is whether you need to swipe in order to enjoy the game. Which I already told you, frame 1, that you do not. So, again, I just go back. Are you actually curious about this, or did you just come into the chat to be bitching about it? Like, that is my honest question to you. Again, and this is not me being passive-aggressive, right? I don't mind explaining stuff if you genuinely want to learn about the game. I'm just genuinely just giving you advice when it comes to enjoyment of those types of games. Also, can we talk about like how I haven't died yet? I'm kind of goated with the sauce, gotta be honest. And I guess we got this one, yeah. Got this one in the bag. Can you swipe your card and get bis everything within an hour to beat other player in content? The answer is no. There you go. Can you swipe to get power? Yes. There are layers to it. It's mainly for enhancement and crafted gear. And for the most part, the usage of the swiping mechanics are specifically for catch-up. If you're stuck in a scenario like where, let's say, you're joining mid-season, there's no currently running catch-up mechanics, but you want to do the raid right now instead of having to wait like 2-3 weeks to catch up by yourself, or you have 5 jobs, 3 wives, 15 dogs, and you only have like 30 seconds of playtime a day, but you still want to be able to do the latest raid, then the swiping actually comes into play. If you just play the game, not even that much, just play the game, you will be able to do the latest raids on day 1, and you will be able to do well in PvP. Some classes, the stagger proc skill is DPS lock, like Ranger. Yeah, it's... I think these days only Assassin uses the stagger skill. If you have 3 wives, you don't have enough money to swipe. Well, not with this attitude. How is Spirit Master actually? Because I'm deciding to template Cleric and Spirit Master, get both PvE and PvP. SM is great. It has some really interesting gimmicks. It does great DPS. It's really sturdy. It's like the sturdiest DPS by far. Like, SM is really slept on, in my opinion. Other than clearing a raid faster than you, it's not even clearing the raid faster. Like, genuinely, if you just play the game, you will be able to do the hardest content on day 1 without investing a single cent. With putting some time into it, then when it comes out, yeah. Like, my honest opinion is, even beyond the information I gave you, or like any information you may see on the internet, genuinely, the game is built to be fun and bite-sized and easy to get into, right? So, genuinely, don't care about anything anyone has to say. Just play the game for yourself. right? You play the game, you go through it, you make your own opinion. If you have fun, you keep playing. If you don't have fun, you drop it. Simple as, right? For anything else, I can just provide you with, you know, information on the game itself and anecdotal, like, evidence. Because I've been playing the game for 8 months. We'll probably turn these off for now. But like genuinely, when it comes to this game, like honestly, your performance is more reliant on how good your ping is, more so than the quality of your gear. So the actual pay to win is paying for a plane ticket to be closer to the servers. I mean, guys, we don't even need to argue other games or anything. The question pertains to AION2. I answered the question. We can just move on now. Like, we don't need to put any more argument forward or anything. I think the person who asked the question got the answer that he wanted. So we don't need to be arguing anything more, right? What is your comment on changing parties from 4 to 5 players for dungeons or 8 to 10 for raids? Honestly, it was a net positive. Because, like, the core in this game is like a quadruple support core, right? So at least having 5 players means that even if you play like a quote-unquote meta comp, you're going to be carrying a DPS in your group. Which was one of the big problems, right? Because prior to the change, people were running the comp called 4 maggots, which was just the 4 supports together. But at least now they're not going to be running into that situation. Also, it's better to just balance like actual mechanics and stuff like that. So overall, it's a good change. Maybe I would have pushed it to 6, but the thing with 6 is that if you have 6 party members, then that means you have 12 raid members, and then the argument of struggling with management of 12 people actually comes into play. So I think 10 is honestly a good place to be at. Five too small for body, 10 too big for raid. I think it's fine. I think overall it's fine. It's a good compromise. Is the PvE content online too have the classic role systems? Yes, it is a Trinity system. It is a Trinity system, but it's a Trinity system that is built in a way where no class is mandatory. In the sense that if you just want to run a regular dungeon, you can just go with any comp. Right? Because every class has a little bit of self-sustain, and every class is able to self-resurrect in the light content. For raids, you will actually want to have a at least somewhat proper comp though. But they just did that to make sure where they just wanted to avoid a scenario like in AION1 where you have like 5 out of 6 people ready to do something, but you don't have a cleric, so you just can't go. How much fun do you actually have playing Cleric? Do you try other classes? Just hitting matters mostly feels good to you? Yeah, Cleric is fun. Cleric feels good. And yes, I've been playing every class in this game. But Cleric as a support feels good, yes. Can you give me advice on how to farm enchantment stones? I found myself starving on those all the time. Ascension Trial. This is why making ults for Ascension Trial specifically is like so beneficial. Because even having a 0 investment ult is going to get you like hundreds of thousands of stones per week per character. If you answered my question, can you please repeat? My PC crashed the moment I hit enter. Just repeat the question again. Alright, one more BG. Lies, you didn't play Brawler. Brawler is not a class. Brawler is the figment of your imagination. And thanks for follow trade tanks. Actually pretty high for AION2 now. I appreciate you answering the questions. Yeah, no problem. And ultimately, I do have a bunch of guides on my YouTube that pertains to both the content, if you're curious about how the mechanics work in this game, as well as some of the game mechanics. And I'm gonna be posting more on the way to global. So yeah, and beyond that, if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer them. But the only thing that I can genuinely tell you is this game is meant to be fun and accessible. And the only thing that I can guarantee you, with no strings attached, is that you will have fun playing the game. And then for the rest, it's gonna be up to you. I totally missed the Cleric answer. Twitch Turbo ad ganked me. What was the question again? Hold on. Actually, I have playing Cleric. Oh. Cleric is great. As a support, it's pretty fun, right? Because at the end of the day, every class in the game is built on the same blueprint. Like, every class in the game has a similar DPS rotation as their bread and butter. And then every class in the game has, like, one extra thing that is, like, specific to that class, right? The Cleric, it's the support aspect. And the support aspect in this game is honestly pretty... It's pretty simple. It's not too bothersome, but you still get, like, the satisfaction of, you know, keeping people alive. So yeah, I do like Cleric in this game. But to be fair, I think, honestly, genuinely, every class is, like, just fun to play. I think so for Kyoki. Or Kyokoki, either. I can't put the enhancement slot in the share stash for some reason. Yeah, you don't. What you do is you just unequip your piece of gear, and then you go in the Shadow Warehouse, and you put it here. And when you do that, you're going to be able to transfer on your old character, and you're going to be able to enhance it with the stones. How do you find Ranger for global? I think Ranger is going to be enjoyable for most people. It's not very hard to play. It borders on brain dead, but it's pretty satisfactory with like the procs and deadshot and everything. And it's really convenient to play as well. And it's overall a great all-rounder. It's the best to farm trash. It's solid in PvE, solid in PvP. It's just a good all-rounder. Is there a loot difference from normal and hard mode raid, or just more loot? The only raid that has normal and hard mode is Caldric's. And the difference between those is that the normal mode doesn't loot weapon, and everything else has like loot that is halved. And the pity is also takes twice as long. I mean, this comp isn't terrible. Although this guy is DC'd. Thank you, Mr. Streamer Man. You're welcome. For all classes, it's the same system, self-burst window. Yeah, all of the DPS classes work like that, yeah. Support classes have buffs they give to the rest of the group, but I guess fundamentally it kind of is it's kind of similar. Like, the only class that does something slightly different to buff the group are tanks, because if they're tanking, they have to parry attack to proc a damage buff for the group. Like, that's the only thing that is, like, a bit different. How much are RNG-based CC skills in a way that inherently have chances to miss, not accuracy based on enemy evasion resistance? Every CC in the game has a % rate to land that gets measured against the enemy status effect resist stat. So it depends on how you build, depends on the class, so on and so forth, but essentially every CC has a chance to miss. But some classes, like most classes have CCs that usually always land if you build properly. Still cross-platform with mobile PC? No, it's only PC. Is Brawler coming with global launch? Nope. Brawler is not coming for global. I do cover that in the NCA broadcast recap I published yesterday. So if you missed it, I do have it pinned at the top of the Twitch chat. That's great, guys, but do we have a main target? Yeah, I don't think this group is gonna be the one, because these guys are doing actual targets. This group is not. I think this is a tap target lobby, unfortunately. I mean, doesn't mean we can't win, you know. I mean, they are targeting Templars though, so yeah, can you guys stop targeting the Templar and target a DPS behind the Templar? I will beg if I have to. And there's a Glad now. Actually, that's a Brawler. Brother, come back. Brother, come back. I just want to talk to you. Pretty tanky, don't have damage output. This is the equalized BG, so like every class has like normalized stats. But yeah, Cleric is honestly, in my opinion, a little bit overtuned for Battlegrounds. Hey look, life leeching. How far into the season would we start building PvP gear as a dolphin baby whale? I honestly would not build towards PvP at all in season 1 because all of your AP is going to be like dedicated towards Stigma shards. Like that's the thing. I mean, if these guys waste time on me, like that's fine by me, you know. Problem is that like I can't quite close the kill because of fucking life leeching. Like this is what I was talking about earlier with Cleric, by the way. Can you sustain? Yes. Can you do some damage? Yes. But ultimately, the target is going to stun you, and then when they do, they're going to life leech back to full. Like get his ass. Ozuna, thanks for the 3 months. New badge. Very cool. Do we buy all skill points from Sugar and Nightmare Store? Yeah, you ultimately do. Even if the last few are only used for like useless passives and stuff, it's gonna give you combat power, so you might as well, right? I'll drop a use steal on the boys. Go recap the other one. What's your opinion on the current state of Channer and all between maining Channer? I mean, both kind of do different stuff. I do think Channer is overall fine, right? Oh boy. I see you brought mommy with you today. I do think Channer is overall fine, but you do have to like temper your expectation in terms of what the task does. Because I think where a lot of people make the mistake is that they think Channer is going to be Gladiator, but only Gladiator is Gladiator, you know? Like, you are ultimately a support class that will fall into the role of a healer in PvE, more often than not. And your DPS output will be nice, but not great. Your CC will be nice, but not great. Like, Channer is the type of class that isn't the best at anything, but is, like, still overall pretty solid. But you do have to like the idea of be supporting people. And, like, even in group PvP, you're going to be mainly doing damage, but you're more so a bruiser rather than, like, an executioner. And this guy is only trying to rat. Crazy work, honestly. I mean, we actually brought this back. Surprisingly. Oh, let's get his ass. Let's go, Buster. Nice. Very cool. That's all 3 BGs done, at least. And sieges is in 14 minutes, so I guess I'll go do the pre-siege now. We have a proper pew-pew with bow, yeah. Bow might as well, like, Ranger might as well be using an AK-47, honestly. With the attack speed on it, it's crazy. How fast is NCSoft actually releasing new content? What is their schedule for new content? I don't mean just high-level content, but overall. It's been really fast. Up until recently, they have slowed down a bit with Chapter 1 and Global approaching. But like, for Global, we're going to be getting content really fast. That's pretty much for sure. Are they in Low Abyss? Okay, they are in Low Abyss, it looks like. I guess. On group PvP, would you rather have a Templar or a Chanter as a bruiser front? The secret third answer, both. Honestly, right now, probably Chanter, because... Okay, the thing is, Templar is going to provide more defensive for the group. Chanter is going to be able to put a single target into more danger, because Chanter has, like, higher single target damage pressure. Some videos talking about Cleric situation, now it's obsolete. Can you tell me what changed? Good in PvP by itself now? Cleric is still the weakest class in the game when it comes to solo PvP. But for everything else, it's actually in a good spot right now. For anything that is like group content, both PvE and PvP, it's in a good spot. So yeah, it's much better now. You just have to accept the compromise that you're not great at solo PvP, pretty much. This is what I was talking about earlier, by the way. About you just jump into a group and you do some pre-siege and you just like get all of your AP for the week. You get all of your PvP quests down, so on and so forth. Like you don't even need to be a PvP dedicated player. You just like jump into it. You blend into the masses and you'll get all of your PvP stuff done, pretty much. Templar value in group PvP is huge. Yeah, it is. But I'm thinking more so like, let's say, in a battleground scenario, I think I might prefer a Chanter in a BG, for example. Because of sprint mantra and the higher like DPS pressure, I guess. But honestly, like I think both are fine, but like for their own merits, pretty much. Main difference between factions to play different maps and that's it. Yeah, pretty much. Different maps, different storyline as well. Like both factions have a different storyline they follow. Playing a big thing just like you just tab and hit skill. Yeah, I mean, ZVZ is always just hit tab, press button, right? Pretty much universally across every game. This is no different, which is why it's very easy to just jump in. Even if you don't give a shit about PvP, you can just do it. It's actually pushing. Hold up. Do we ever buy the Gold Commander PvP quest? Yeah. Even if you don't give a shit about the medals, you do it to get the medal boxes to sell and make a bunch of money. Although these won't exist on Global, so you know. Actually, like about AION2, do you play any other MMORPG before AION2 replaced it? I've been playing MMOs for 20 years, yeah. And I just like that AION2 is really focused on fun. Like, the thing is, AION2 is just straight up fun. And anytime you do literally anything, it just has huge benefits for your character. Like, everything is incredibly rewarding. Which means that even if you're doing some repetitive content, you just get the dopamine rush of like, yep, I'm doing something meaningful for my character's progression. Like, progressing your character is just fun. Like, the PvE is fun, it's very competent. Like, overall, the game is just fun. The game is fun, it has a good variety of stuff to do, like, yeah, and it's only been improving. Like, I played this game since the beginning, and by the gods, let me tell you, This game was barely a game when it came out 8 months ago. But like right now, it's in a like very like spectacular state, and I think it's gonna be great fun for most people. Oh, he's Ice Cube. But like if I had to pinpoint one aspect of AION2 that is like very good, it's how they handle progression. Like even doing some surface level progression on like an old character is satisfying. ONG was strange for me, tried WoW, feels bearable compared to it, but it's just instance counter AION2, so like the very different content. I mean, AION2 is still very much a modern, like, you know, theme park PvE MMO, so the majority is instance content, but it does have a bit of everything, yeah. And they are slowly like expanding the variety and size of like all of the different content types. So yeah. Well, I mean, we are getting mogged, but you know. Although I wish my group was a bit more, you know, pressed a few more buttons. Oh, they're actually pushing. Look at that. Picking up AP, since AP is limited per season, what would you buy in the first month? All of your AP in season 1 is basically gonna get dunked into Stigma Shards. Because the only thing that matters in terms of your character progression is your PvE progression, right? And realistically, the only thing you can get with AP that has any amount of character progression tied to it are Stigma Shards. What are Stigma Shards? They're basically skill points that you put into your flexible skills. Like every class has like a batch of 13 skills like these that you can spec into. And in order to level them up, to have more perks, make them stronger, etc., you need to spend stigma points in them. And one of the sources of Stigma Shards is buying it with the PvP currency. Oh boy. I survived that. Really work. Defining PvP content seems clunky for middies. Now it's not really so much the flight aspect that feels bad on midi, it's just the ZVZ aspect, because obviously like with big masses like this, middies are at a disadvantage, right? But the flight PvP in this game is like, it's pretty smooth. Funnel PvP into PvE power by ignoring the PvP set? Yeah, pretty much. Like, as I said, Season 1, PvP progression is completely meaningless. You just full send on PvE, because it's also going to help your PvP in the long run. Main difference between factions for players, different maps, and that's it? Yeah. It's maps and storyline that are the things that are different. Are kind of farming early on with big power, is that true? Yeah. You will want to go into stage 4... into stage 4 transcendence like ASAP. Like that's gonna be your first like big step. And then pretty much like doing that and then doing some like surface level chromite stuff is going to give you enough eye level to do loot rare. Like getting your crafted accessories and okay, they are pushing. Just came back to AION2, can get my gear score to 3.3 to play New Zone. I guess I need plus 17 gear. You need to grab the... Okay. If you have the sub, you can grab the catch-up mechanic, and that's going to dump you into the current endgame. If you don't have the catch-up mechanic, don't bother with trying to progress your character. Like, without the sub, plus without the catch-up mechanic, like, you would be able to do it eventually. But your time is better invested, like, just doing some surface level stuff to explore the game and then just waiting for global. Because global is too close. You're playing to make a out on currencies, major time character buying the wrong things. I'm gonna be making, like, entry level, like, progression guides. That is one thing I'm gonna be making. Yeah, I think all of them moved on to Central Rush. We'll have guide on how to get to stage 4 ASAP. I'm gonna cover my plans. And I'm gonna make guides for like early progression as well as like pitfalls you don't want to fall into. Any real difference between Steam and Purple, pros and cons? Steam is overall the superior platform. The main perk of Purple is that it's gonna make it a lot easier to sell your account if you eventually want to do that. Are the Season 1 medal counts long term? What do you mean, Forzina? Okay, there we go. Time for the main course. Main difference between different maps, that's it. I think I've answered that. Aren't you the same guy asking that same question? I've answered it like I think 5 times, but yes. The main difference is the different maps and the different storyline, and that's it. The farm in Season 1 are going to impact the PvP progression overall? Yes. Medals are forever. Progression is forever. Oh, I didn't hear it? Alright, that's fine. Each faction map? Well, a bit more than that. Also, sorry if you know the gameplay is laggy for you guys on stream. I am using FrameGen, so the game is running at 60 FPS for me, but I know that FrameGen tends to not blend well with recordings and streams, so it's probably laggy for you. It is what it is. Insane leeching content. Hey, I'm not leeching on my Cleric. I'm actually doing damage and healing people, except for the guys who are getting pulled and dying in one hit. But you know, we don't talk about those. We don't talk about those. I don't get in content like this. Yeah, that's the one downside to melee classes. Like for ZVZ specifically, you're not having the greatest of times, but for the actual siege itself, to get the medals, it doesn't matter too much. It's just for the pre-siege, just for the pre-siege PvP, pretty much. But you can still join the force and just leech AP, I guess. Why is everyone mobbing around just for fun? There's boss siege? Yeah, there's siege happening. Siege is starting in 10 minutes, so it's just like pre-siege stuff to, like, you know, the positioning. Brother. Don't sleep at the wheels. FrameGen is better in the aspect of gameplay, just high consumer, less income like DLSS. It just reduces load to like make the frame rate acceptable without making a PC burn. Actual stomp, yeah, exactly. This is just like free farm to get free weeklies, free AP, so on and so forth. Boss staggered with just DPS like normal. The only class that uses the stagger skill nowadays is Assassin. That's it. Pretty much every other class doesn't use it. On Cleric, I still have it at 16 just for raids. Because on occasion, I can use it to like lower the cooldown of Resurrection. Yeah, we don't know about Horn Dragon. I did send feedback to NCSoft to ask them to remove Horn Dragon from Season 1, so, you know. At least the message has been passed, and I know for a fact it has been. But right now we don't know. Yeah, we get Horn Dragon. We don't know that. If they removed the crafting mat from Ludra, we will not get Horn Dragon. That's the point, right? Like that is what I'm advocating for. I basically just told them, remove the Horn Dragon mat from Ludra and just put it on Bargot. So this way, progression makes more sense. Like that's what I'm trying to you know, get them to do. Listen to anyone that's out of you chosen. I have no idea, but hey. Day one of the Founders Pack, I complained to my NCA rep guy, and I told him, you guys need to put at least a month of sub in there. And they did. So who knows if there's like any reasoning or who they listened or like what happened exactly, but all that I know is that, you know, at least that happened. So I'm gonna keep like providing feedback in that same way. Everyone was saying that, yeah, but if no one decides to say it, because everyone assumes that they only listen to a chosen few, then they're not gonna do it. I'm just doing my part by saying it. And if you also want to do your part, you should also be saying it, because this is the stuff that actually matters. Which faction is more popular? Is kind of balance versus server. I wouldn't say any faction is like more popular than the other. Like early on, Asmo was a bit stronger. Right now, it's a bit more balanced, right? But typically speaking, they just they adjust which server you are matched against every 2 weeks to match your current power. So they try to balance it out basically. So just so you're never stuck into a really bad situation. We can actually see. All right, will do. I'm gonna ask them to name an NPC in the game after myself. How about that? Pretty much everybody in the whole community complained. Yeah. And that is one of the reasons why it's upsetting when people complain about the wrong things. Like, it's upsetting when posers and content creators that have never played the game complain about shit that doesn't matter, because they don't have any understanding of the game, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're gonna be making noise about anything in the game, you need to be making noise about stuff that matters, right? Which is why, if you understand the game, you need to be making noise about them moving Horn Dragon equipment later down the seasons, right? Right? Like, I'm doing it. If you guys also want it to happen, you need to also be doing it on the Discords and stuff like that. Because God knows the shitty content creators that cover this game are not going to be talking about it because they don't fucking know the game. They haven't played it. Same for Reddit, right? So it is your duty, if you give a shit about this game, to be talking about this type of stuff. Very humble. I mean, hey, you said something oddly specific. Want to hold up early? You don't want that. Game health-wise, Horn Dragon in Season 1 is bad. It kills PvE progression, it kills PvP progression, and it gives a bad look to the game. But for the sake of the game's health, Horn Dragon should be moved. Founders, Deluxe Founder, Ultimate Founder Pack, what is the biggest difference in them besides cosmetic provided? It's only the cosmetics. That's it. And honestly, the best value is the $30 one that has nothing in it. That's the best value. Now, that being said, some of the cosmetics are going to be exclusive to those packages. So if there's one cosmetic that you can't live without, then you may want to invest into it. But for the most part, yeah, just get the cheap one. Essentially, ask them to push back the stuff that matters to pay to win, yeah. Push back Horn Dragon, make Soulbind less cringe, and we have a clean launch. Exploration difficulty scale with number of players, solo and wipe with whole party. What do you mean by exploration difficulty? I'm just playing the shadows. Yeah, I mean, they usually don't have Oceanic, because Oceanic servers are usually not popular at all. It's just a handful of players, right? Dungeons? The dungeons... The sealed dungeons are only solo. If you mean like the conquest stuff, like the, you know, the tutorial ones, they don't scale based off of player numbers. But the exploration ones are like easy to solo anyways. They're just like tutorial content. Exploration, so it scales. I don't think it scales, does it? I mean, I've barely done the exploration modes, right? But when I did, it was everything just died, regardless of whether you were solo or with a group. Solo all of them? Yeah, you can solo them because they are made to be very easy, right? But like every time I went in with like a full group, the boss just like died in a couple of seconds. I don't know. I just assumed that it didn't scale, to be honest. Oh god. Oh boy. Easiest class for PvE? I wouldn't say any class is hard to play, but probably Ranger. Ranger is probably like, amongst all of them, the most convenient / easy across the board. Also has good self-sustain, like, yeah. Gonna be easier to sell your account later down the line with purple, not Steam. Do you mean if someone main Steam account or something else? Yeah. Because like, if you make an account on your Steam and then like on your main Steam account, obviously you're not going to be able to just sell your Steam account to sell your account, right? Which is why I said that's the main quote-unquote perk of purple. But I don't know, it's yeah. Really just grasping at straws here to give purple any amount of credit. Main Gmail account, yeah. I mean, you can change it though, but... Yeah. Should make dedicated Steam or purple. I'm gonna be doing Steam personally. And like, Steam is gonna make it easier to, it's gonna make it easier to just like, you know, buy everything, whether it's the sub or whatever, because like purchasing stuff through Steam is always easier. And the launcher is just better overall. And also like, it has the neat stuff of calculating your playtime and so on and so forth, so yeah. I prefer Steam, and I think most people will. How to get the Wind Spirit Helm skin? I think it's in the... On those in cubes? I forget. I mean, you should be able to click on the item and then like click on the source button. Prices are the same? Yeah. It's just the ease of purchase. Like, Steam is usually a bit easier. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna get fucked because someone decided to fucking pull me. I should have stayed back. Whatever, I'll go on the other artifact. Way easier to navigate, yeah. It's just more convenient across the board. They got the middle. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna be stuck on PvP gear though for this. I guess I'll just tag it just for the seasonal, whatever. Whatever. But like, see, like just being part of the alliance, just roaming around, I got like 300k AP. Just being part of the mass. For old hate, yeah. Somebody's gotta do it. Somebody's gotta actually be playing the game and actually be talking about the game properly. Steam Wallet for purchases, yeah. It's just more convenient in general. Not over yet. I forgot you can't use this teleportation if you're gliding. Whoops. Season 1 just farm medals, not spend on gear, spend the gear, just not upgrade it. Yeah, pretty much. Season 1 is just setup, right? It's gonna be an easy season, but it's gonna be mainly used for setup. We got fucking nothing. Holy dude. That is crazy. Well. Tutorial video on in-game macros. I'm probably gonna do some surface level stuff, but I'm not versed on the I'm not versed on the optimal macros because my ping doesn't allow me to run optimal macros. But for the most part, the bread and butter is always the same for every class, right? It's just hold down LMB and then have the macro go through your bread and butter. Rather, whether it's like, you know, like your main set of buffs and abilities, or like you can decide to also mix in your actual buffs, like amplification, or like use them manually. Like it's always the same thing on every class. Like I already capped AP for the week just by participating to this siege. So yeah, like even if you're a PvE or a casual player, you'll be fine. You just jump into a group and you just like have fun. Can you somehow link your purple account to Steam? We don't know yet. We don't even know if it's gonna be like cross-platform. We don't know. Each PvP zone of the Abyss has its own timer. Yes. They all have their own timers. Okay. Can that dick cannons gear ASAP? Yes. Surely. Be right back for 1 second. It is 40 degrees in my office, and I think I need to turn on my AC before I fucking pass away tragically. So give me a second. Alright. On my way to not dying. Very cool. Okay, so we have a multitude of options in front of us. I do need to do dungeons on a bunch of characters. Like I have like, yeah, 1,500 energy to spend on this character, so... As well on my ranger, still have some on my channer. I do need to do corridors as well, but it's probably not the best time to do that right now. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll do dungeons. Let's play some Cleric. I also need to do Ordeal at some point, but I'll start with dungeons. Bosses first in 15. I mean, I should have time to do one dungeon, though. Do I just do... Okay. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll do my Lower Abyss weeklies while waiting for the bosses. I'm probably going to be doing bosses in the Lower Abyss anyways. And hello, Cookie. Hello, hello. There. Yeah. Cold res, you must have to be high to not take damage from an office that cold. That cold? I wouldn't call 40-degree cold. And thank for the photo, Cookie. Mind you, it's 40 degrees Celsius, not the made up, not the made up American value. I'll take the key. Hope they changed the region lock from Netherlands, Belgium. Like these games are always locked in these regions. With that said, if there's a will, there's a way. Like you're gonna be able to play the game nonetheless. Whether it's through a VPN or perhaps through Purple. I don't know if the game is also region locked on Purple. It is on Steam, but you know. Damn. I have to find a way. Belgian here, yeah. I think it will be tough on Purple to make another account. Yeah. I mean, again, I think most people are just going to make like a dedicated like Steam account like from in another region to be able to play. Because like the game rating is not going to change for these regions, because these regions are particularly specific when it comes to RNG mechanics in games, right? So while this game doesn't have direct gacha, technically it has systems that has like rules in them, right? And as long as you have that in your game, like, yeah, these regions don't fuck with that. We did the same for North Stark, yeah. Pretty much. I mean, it's same old, same old. Was the same in AION2 as well. Alright, 12 minutes to be doing these. And then I'll start with Kyra, I guess. Oh, you're right, I'm on PvP. Forgetting. I keep forgetting I have defense keybinds on PvP. This guy. I'm paralyzed. Well, ain't that some shit. I guess I'll do the other platform then. This game is banned in Belgium and Netherlands? Yeah. I mean, as usual, again. There's Godson in AION2? Yep. Although they are a lot less overbearing than compared to AION1. But they do exist. It used to be a lot worse, actually. Like, Godstones in AION2 used to be, like, incredibly, like, awful. Like, single-handedly ruined PvP early on, but they eventually went when they changed them. Fucking another channel farming here? Jesus Christ, man. No. Yes, Low Abyss has the most juice fucking channels of all time. Just incidentally farming here. I'll check the other side then. That's okay. But there. This guy really doesn't want to die, and I'm paralyzed. Alright. There we go. God, I love Cleric, yes. I too love holding Judgment Thunder and then hoping for the best. Then the next form. Man, why is the Low Abyss so cringe right now? Yeah, y'all gotta do something else, man. Okay, he's leaving. Good. Bro did not want to deal with this during his X-Form timer. And honestly, I get it. Me neither. Mr. One Chrome get 3 artifacts. Only get 3 artifacts. Only. Meanwhile, Nemon found dead in a ditch. Actually, if you want to run away, like, that's okay by me, brother. I'm good. I will be doing my quest, I guess. Ah, I'm haunted. Not ideal, I'll say that. Can these people stop dying as soon as they stop running as soon as they start dying, man? Come on. And I'm probably dead from that, actually. Yeah. Prime time for the pilots. Yeah, I mean, also Siege just happened, right? So not the best moment to be right up against an artifact, but yeah, no. Sorry for leaving, yeah. Nemon became shit as soon as I transferred in. Yeah. Pretty suspicious. TP to Ducal. In middle rush, you mean? I don't know. I mean, it kinda doesn't matter ultimately, but I guess I can go there just for the horn. I mean, the thing is, I kinda wanna check what happens if I start in lower and just like nuke a boss that doesn't have too many people on it. I think I'm gonna try that today. Because basically what keeps happening is like I get 1 mark from Ducal, and then I get like 1 from a low abyss one, and like that's it. Counter packs, outfit will be exclusive, that includes pets and wings. Well, they have said, I mean, basically long story short is the actual stuff in the pack will be exclusive. But there may be like, you know, reskins or recolors of some of those like later on. Like for example, the pack has the black dragon, but they probably will be selling the white dragon later, and then Cleric is gonna get the red dragon, which uses the same model, right? So yeah. A section of outfits, yeah. I mean, ultimately for the packs, like the cheapest one is the most worth if you're going to be playing early access. And if you want to grab one of the high ones, it's because you specifically want like one of the outfits or something, or skin, or weapons, or wings, or you know. Bruh. This fucking self reset on dash should not be active if you're getting attacked in PvP. Wings are pretty cool. Not the ones I'm going for. Like, if I buy anything, it's exclusively gonna be for the black dragon. Like, that's it. Inform. Okay, you run away, just run away, dude. That's fine. I honestly cannot bring myself to give enough of a shit. Look at what they were doing, or releasing without sub and adding one. I mean, whether you want to believe in the, you know, in the conspiracy that they did it on purpose just to get, you know, proof of good faith and stuff, ultimately it doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that matters for us, the player, is the end result. I couldn't give any of a shit if it was all a ploy from the beginning. All that I care about is that we get a month of stuff from buying the packs. And so should you. How annoying server down? I mean, I don't know. I've been logged in for a while. With that said, if you're using a gaming VPN, just try using a different node, because sometimes some nodes just don't work. Like, regardless of VPN, sometimes some nodes just, like, don't communicate with the AION server anymore. Well, we have a Whale Templar. Look at how much damage this Whale Templar is doing to me. Guys, pay to win is such a big problem. Holy shit. PvP is unplayable because of the pay to win. Says the guy that doesn't understand how PvP works. I was scared of pay-to-win drama if they gave something useful. I mean, maybe, like, that could be a multitude of reasons, but ultimately it doesn't fucking matter. Like, as I said, the only thing that matters is the end result, right? And the end result is that we have a month of sub included, so GG's. I'm just gonna kill this ranger, I guess. Because the Templar be tempering. Also, I kinda need to go, actually, because the boss is gonna spawn in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna kill this guy, and then I'll just move on with my day. How about that? Yeah. I'll just focus on this one. You played on Soothron back in the day? I briefly did, yes. I briefly did. I played on a multitude of servers. Like, I started on Vidar, and then moved on Soothron, and then I moved on Telemachus. And then after the server mergers, I was in a... Okay, let me just wait for this. After the server mergers, I was on Hyperion. For retail, that is. Like for the OG. And, you know, I played on a couple of private servers. I played on the NA Classic briefly, and then I played on EU Classic. At least I got a bit of a head start, so let's see if I can get like an okay amount of tokens by doing this. Like 3 maybe would be nice. Still 2. Yeah, it's complicated. Everything else dead, right? Yeah, okay. And what did they show up? From Middle Rush. Like, most people just start on Middle Rush. Okay, I'll go do this invasion and then I'll do dungeons, I guess. I'll just finish this later. Name rings a bell, but my imagination. I played on Soothron around 3.x. 3.x, I played on Kalindi, specifically. But my sites were in English. That's only because I kind of did the same thing. Because I moved to Telemachus to interact with the English community more. On the Kultukara, yeah. I mean, either way, I'm kind of cooked on my medal situation because, like, I keep missing Nama. Because Nama is always on, like, my off day. And I keep being busy, like, doing stuff on my off days. Thoughts about the early access will be dead after X time. It's not gonna be the case as long as they don't wait too long to open them up. Like, if they just limit the early access servers to, like, Season 1 to be self-contained, we'll be fine. If they do like 2 whole seasons, then maybe it's gonna be a bit more problematic. That's been my imagination. I mean, I didn't have this day back in the days. I didn't have this name back in the days. So if you refer to this name specifically, then that wasn't me, because I only started using this name. Sorry, I only started using it in like early 5.0. Like back then, I played an assassin called Madsen. And then I played a Chandra called Yumadeska. And then I switched to this name when I played the other ones. Someone else stop playing around 4.x? Yeah, there you go then. Did they do anything about matching in Battleground and spawn camping? Yeah, they did. They added invulnerability in the spawns. I do still think they need to elevate the spawns, but at least the spawns are immune now. So it's better. How to remember all this stuff? Been so long since I played AION1. I mean, AION was like an important part of my life. Like whether I want to admit it or not, it just was, you know? I played it on and off for a very long time. Matchmaking is still the same. Just doesn't really look for classes. And I don't think they're ever going to change it, because I just think they want to focus on launching queues fast instead of like launching optimal queues. That has kind of always been NCSoft's approach. I mean, they tried with random matchmaking federation, but ultimately everyone just used like the proper group matchmaking federations anyway, so... Too fast equals less fun. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just the philosophy of this game. They just want you to like get in, do stuff, get out, right? For better or for worse. Stop doing this stuff now. You're gonna keep doing BGs because you want the rewards. Like that's the honest to God truth. Alright. I want to play it like a proper mode. You can queue with a pre-made. Right? That's the other side of that. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, right? I'm just telling you that's why they're doing it. You can, yeah. Only one group, like not the full force, but you can at least have your pre-made. Okay, so like let's say if you're on a pre-made on global and you just want to like get through it every week, you can just queue as a pre-made, and that's already going to be like a pretty big advantage. The sub-global launch servers are more stable than they were in the Taiwan launch. I mean, the main problem with the Taiwan launch was the purple client being a huge limiter, right? Either way, it's going to be better. Like, that's part of the reason why they do early access, because early access is going to split the load in half in terms of like how hard the servers are going to be hammered, right? So early access in itself is going to help with that. We do early access at that? Yeah. Oh, did I not press ready? I think I might have gotten kicked because of that. I may have forgotten to press the ready button. XD. Alright. So I have like what, 1600 energy, so yeah. That's gonna be like 40 mil. More than that actually. I do have some disposable income I could be using. I still don't have orange pieces of equipment to break down though. Like, the thing is, if I want to make my Nemesis Guard, that's the main limiter here. Just the transfer stones, because I haven't been getting shit from Sanctuary the past few weeks. You can't see others ping anymore. You can see the bars, the network status. You don't see the full number. And you can't see your own number anymore. Always to gatekeep on global. I mean, you can make assumptions based on the bars, but yeah. Like, to be fair, like to begin with, you shouldn't be able to see that information. It's a little toxic. Just a little. Shows how toxic the game would be. Brother, I've been playing MMOs for 20 years. I'm fully aware. But I still think like penalizing people... Oh, the bro fell off. Holy shit. Penalizing people just because of their playing location is not, you know... not the play, but hey. Recently, it's been worse. I mean, that's not exclusive to like MMOs though. It's just... the online space in general, like the internet as a whole, is just full of dog shit people now. Like, unapologetically so, you know? Like, rage baiting is the meta, like, lying about stuff is the meta, just drawing attention to yourself is the meta. It's just overall despicable, but it's not like an MMO only thing. It's just, again, just an internet thing. But hey, it's all about ignoring the white noise and just focusing on the stuff that matters. That's what I do. And so should you. I mean, hey man, at the end of the day, do you know how many people have told me to kill myself just because of the dragon avatar thing? It's just better not to listen to people on the internet. It's, you know... That is the current meta. What's wrong with it? Nah, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Perhaps turn this off. HP bar go up, enemy HP bar go down, precisely. Yeah, exactly, Seronian. It's a lose-lose situation. Right, it's so fucking hot today. Jesus Christ. I thought we were past the whole like heatwave stuff, but lo and behold, we are in fact so back. In parentheses, derogatory. They said it's coming again? Yeah. I mean, hey, one can only hope, right? Wow, really? Nothing on this side? That's crazy. I think so for a Rose Dog. That's fine. Gaming. Since we're neighbors, yeah. I mean, they probably mentioned it. I mean, I thought we would be like, you know, having a ceiling at like 30, because that's how it's been the last few days. But like all of a sudden, bam, it's like over 35 already. And hello, Gucci, which you do not love to see. Essentially on the roads at night? Yeah. That's the important part, honestly. Although that being said, the insulation in my office is so dog shit that even that doesn't work. Faisal lost 0 to 6. That's unfortunate. I mean, we only got 1, so you know, we are not faring much better. I can't wait for the next matchmaking because Nimon is fried. We got 3 bosses. I guess that compensates a bit. But still, the corridors, man. Fucking corridors. Hello, Rock Dog. That roof with 0 insulation? Ah, yes. Excellent. Love that for you. Weekly energy enough to run through the weekly dungeon limit. Always need to burn some energy on the second main if you don't want to waste them. There's no weekly dungeon limit per se. There's just a diminishing return if you run too many. But like, long story short, you're gonna be able to run like 40-50 dungeons on the main, depending on whether they do the bonus like broadcast energy stuff. And beyond that, if you want to run more, you will need an ult, yes. "42 runs? No, it's 83 runs. The conquest. Looks like they removed a lot of stuff they had in the original AION, like the Davis set and Mentor gear. Makes sense since running so fast now. Yeah, although, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't mind to have like some sort of like Fenris / Miragen grind in this game. That would be fun. But yeah, like, in general, the game is a lot more like streamlined. You know, it's modernized. Do you think 1 ult would be enough since the season becomes shorter on global? I mean, we don't know how long the seasons are going to be on global. I think it's mostly going to remain the same though. In the sense that if you want to min-max dungeons, you're going to need like at least 2 ults to be doing dungeons. And if you want to run stuff like corridors and Ascension Trial for the horizontal progression stuff, as well as to not run out of enhancement stuff, you will want to run as many ults as possible to do these specifically. Wow, both of them died. Express Odil refill and storage, I basically go through 2k Odil on my main, yeah. Two ult main, then 2 change to 1 ultimately. But the dungeon stuff, like starting season 3, you're mainly gonna be running like 1 ult at most, yeah. And then the other ults are going to be, they're just going to be like sitting ducks in corridors and Ascension Trial, and to do like, you know, the early power crept raids and stuff like that, just to get like free resources. Run main ult as well. When USD worth of income per day, so now what time GBs. I mean, that's up to you, right? That's up to you. Ultimately, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it. Like, I do have the full breakdown in my old video. Is there anything like Ascension? I mean, yes and no. Like, while you're leveling, you do have like Ascension, like the Ascension trials, which gets you like new wings and so on and so forth that you need to do before you can proceed with the rest of the MSQ. And then at end game you have like this, which is an end game version of it, which is basically like it's a short solo dungeon that earns you like higher sets of wings and stuff like that. Membership to Alexis, yeah. I mean, as I said, right, since I did that, I will be forking a bigger pack, because I said I would. Why is this guy AFK? There's like 2 AFK guys, actually. I mean, both of them, okay. They're both on Zekel. This is probably a pre-made, actually. Big press from Chenner. Is this guy just AFK? Okay, wait. Yeah, he's jumping off. Okay. I mean, ultimately, everyone can res with the self-res stones, right? So, it's kind of whatever. I do think they need to tweak the Cleric res a bit more, though, especially since on global, it won't have the self-res buff attached to it. I think by default, like on the default of the skill, it should give the self-res on Cleric, and the level 25 versions should extend the self-res to the entire group. Are the rewards for one character or for the whole account? Some of the rewards are specifically bound to the character, like equipment and specific soul-bound material. But you do get like money and stuff like that you can like transfer between characters by running dungeons. No, there's only 1 month of sub in any pack. You bad. I mean, every class has a self-res. Like, the only difference is that Cleric is the only class in the game that has to use a self-res stone to get resurrected if he dies. Which is why I think it should just be built in, right? But I mean, yeah. Yeah, no. Can you use the skin on only one character? No, the closet is shared across the server. So as long as you have a skin, you can use it like on every character. Same with heads and mounts. Is there a skin in Dragon? Yeah, pretty much. Gonna be my reason to pick it up. And 3 swords. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be enough. We good. Yeah, these guys are definitely pre-made, because they're not even resing or anything. They're just a bunch of fellas in need of a cleric. I kind of want to get some orange gear though, because I need a transfer mat. If I get some transfer mat, I can make my nemesis god. My nemesis god, right? So... kind of the Goonies. I mean, we do have some like wizards, like warlock, like skins in the existing in-game skins. I do agree that they could lean more into it. They could be doing some interesting stuff. Like we have good skins, but we mainly have like, you know, knightly armor, like stuff like that type of skins in the in-game ones. We have some decent leather one as well, but not so much the wizard stuff. It's mainly like, I guess I think it's the dark dragon armor, with like the big hat and everything, and then like the dark shaman blue set, or whatever it's called. Armor style, yeah. And then for the rest, it's like semi-casual, I guess, like the thing I'm using. So yeah, I see it. I see the needs. Especially since like AION2 had some phenomenal caster gear. Honestly. Like you guys remember the level, I mean I guess mostly because all of the armor like was type specific, so cloth versus mages and so on and so forth, right? But like all of the cloth sets were pretty good, honestly. But we had some really iconic ones, like the level 50 Belic cloth, you know, with the semi-transparent like good thing on the back. Like that was pretty cool. The level 55 general set, like the general cloth set was pretty cool as well, pretty good. The level 60 cloth set, level 60 PvP set was phenomenal as well. Yeah, we had some good shit in AION1. I do hope they will bring back some of the like iconic AION1 skins, because AION1 was, yeah, goated with the sauce when it comes to skins. Black PvP set for the play was incredible with the red spider and black armor. Oh yeah, you mean the crucible set, right? That was the grade 2 conditioning crucible set. Yeah, AION1 had some like really good skins. I mean, I'm trying to think, right? Like, I mean, we do have name references specifically in like armory and weaponry in AION2. I don't think we have like one-to-one exact like armor skins that are like pretty like the exact same as the AION1 ones. I do hope they will eventually bring some. I mean, every class had some sort of gimmick that involved them switching into different like type of sets. Like Templar switched into cloth with magic boost for magic smash, for example. Stuff like that. Assassins for runes. I mean, fuck. Technically speaking, even Ranger could do a magic boost switch for the explosive trap specifically, but that was like incredibly niche. Only the purest of degenerates did that shit. What do you think is the best comp? I think the run-of-the-mill, like, Templar Glad, Chanter Cleric, +1 DPS is just gonna be the most, you know... Regardless of what they do with balance, it's probably always going to remain, like, a solid comp. That is never going to fail you. Also, don't miss needing 8 sets for Templar. I mean, I'm a sucker for multi-sets, right? Because again, my MMO inception was Final Fantasy 11. And like Final Fantasy 11 is like making different sets the video game, right? So I didn't mind that part of AION1. But it's probably for the best that it's gone. I mean, I even had like a magic accuracy swap. Like on EU Classic, I had a magic accuracy swap on my Templar just to use the inaccurate magic stuns on Greatsword. And to be able to hit my stuns on magic resist targets. Like a whole set, just to use like 2 skills on very situational situations. That was AION2. Give me some orange gear, come on. I am getting desperate. Wrong orange thing. I mean, at least I got a sublimation. I do need, I think I'm missing like 10 to craft the guard with just bound sublimations. So, you know, not too bad, not too bad. Almost able to do it for free now. Can you explain how does the early access works? Like, will early access players have the same server as with the rest? They're gonna be semi-isolated in the sense that they're gonna have their own like market and PvP matchmaking for the Abyss. But they're gonna be able to be matched with other players for PvE and stuff like that. I've crafted a bow free last night with all of bound drops. Definitely felt nice, yeah. I need to reset my LOP. We have a channel. Global market will be shared across early access and free-to-play, yeah. But I mean, honestly, the 5 days early access kind of does pretty much nothing in terms of progression anyway, so it's not going to have a huge impact. Especially if they do staggered release on content. But for the most part, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, if you play early access, it's not to get an advantage, it's because you're impatient and want to play the game right now. Because, like, first of all, you're not going to get the full 5 days of advantage because God fucking knows that something's going to happen and they're going to have maintenances going and stuff. You're not even going to have a full week rollout in terms of, like, you know, a full, like, weekly reset as an advantage because early access will be over before the weekly reset. And like anything that you might be able to get, like the extra dungeon runs and stuff like that, is going to be phased out in terms of like quote-unquote advantage just a couple of weeks later, like within like a week or two. So yeah, it's just only grab it if you want to play the game early. Buy the pack where it keeps saying pushes failed. Well, I haven't bought them personally yet, so it's perhaps a bit faster with the channel, even though this guy's not like extremely geared. Yeah, this guy's gear is kind of whatever. It seems like these guys are running like full premade though. But the most basic founder pack will have the sub, yes. All of them will. I'm from the Netherlands, I hope that's not the problem. It could be. It depends on your Steam region, I guess. Depends on the... I mean, I could see them locking based on the region of the credit card owner as well, I suppose. I don't know exactly how that works, but... Right, there's no reason why it fails. Now, I've definitely had people tell me that they bought it after the fact and it works for them. Right, like those regions are blocked in general. So if you're using an account from those regions, that's probably why. Like you're gonna have to make an account from a different region. I might redo some Arcana stuff on my character just to get LMB to level 20 actually. Like ideally I do need to redo, yeah, even in PvP I kinda need to get LMB to at least 16. I don't know. Can you respec easily? The main troublesome thing with changing how your skills are spec'd are your arcanas. Like if you want to shift how your build is in terms of the skill levels, you're gonna have to refarm arcanas. So yeah, that's the annoying part. The annoying part. In terms of changing steamers and stuff like that, like that's really plug and play. But yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter too much because ultimately I would just get a little bit more DPS from NMB, right? Not that much because, you know, haha ping. But even in PvP, it would at least give me the ignore block and evasion spec on NMB. Which would be, I mean, it would help. It would certainly help. But Arcana XP, yeah. That's the thing. Because I kind of want to continue doing this to get like more orange gear, since Sanctuary has not been giving me any. Just so I can make my Nemesis Guard, because like I might as well. I have the mats, right? So I have the mats. I have like an overflow in terms of Kina that I don't really have anything to do with outside of like, you know, juicing up my ults just for fun. So yeah. But then again, Go Ball is so close, so meh. You having fun in this game? Yeah. It's pretty plug and play. Like, it's not gonna be everyone's cup of tea because, like, this game doesn't require you to target party members. In the sense that all of the healing spells are either AoE or they automatically target the lowest health party member in range, right? So you really only need to focus on your positioning relative to the rest of the group when it comes to healing, and then for the rest, you're just doing like a DPS rotation pretty much. That is gonna be a little tough. Yeah, I think we're cooked. Yeah, they greeted. Oh, one guy lived. Ow. Okay, and one guy even released. I mean, that's fine. But yeah, like personally, I do typically play supports in games, and yeah. Cleric in this game has been pretty fun. There goes my main AION. I played a decent amount of Cleric as well. I mean, I played every class, to be fair. But I will say that honestly, okay, when it comes to solo PvP, I do prefer AION1 Cleric. When it comes to When it comes to everything else, I honestly prefer Cleric on AION2. It's just more fun overall. Four characters on a free account. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with like a free account or anything. It's just you have 4 character slots, and you can pay like I think it's the equivalent of $10 to get additional character slots. What build would you recommend for early game? It was difficult for me to do PvE in early game because I don't have much DPS. I just posted a PvE progression, like a PvE building guide. And basically I just recommend to follow that exactly for pretty much every class. Like every class just leans into DPS and PvE, and every class kind of goes for the same thing. Alright. Do you get free character slot with Brawler release? Yes. Brawler gave us another, like a 5th open character slot for free. Is that a freebie? Thinking about Cleric but worried the solo farm will be slow? Nah, that you don't have to worry about that. The only downside to Cleric is it's not very good in solo PvP. But like that's it. Everything else is completely fine. Yo, freebie, let's go. Do you have a Cleric macro guide on our DPS rotation that is the go-to? I just... Yeah, I need to level this. I just use I just hold LMB and then have like this rightmost column be spammed, and everything else I just like use manually. Is Cleric your favorite class? I mean, it's the one I'm playing on Taiwan, right? So it's the one I'm the most acclimated to. But I would say I like every class in this game. I would say it's too early for me to say that I have a favorite class. Can you explain the base points gained for PvP? Only max on those people bots. AP earned from grinding monsters in the abyss as well as killing players. It has a finite cap, like you can see it in here, right? That goes up every week. And also, if you kill the same person 3 times, you will not be able to gain AP or ranking points from them the rest of the hour, and it resets like every hour. The global whatever eternal drop you get, you should just stockpile them. Yeah, like the ancient spirit gear you're not gonna use. You're just going to like use it as like fodder to build into Faded in season 2. Doesn't for myself generally. They're getting 0. I mean, it should be shared as long as they're within range. So again, like in terms of like not getting AP, these are the restrictions. It's either your weekly cap or killing the same guy too many times. I mean, they also need to be in range. Hey, look, another sublimation. I'll take that. Okay, I'll take the freebie. Thanks, guys. All right. Is SM getting a lot of gatekeeping? Nah, every class is fine. No class is getting gate kept. Will bots be a problem in NA? They usually most in the West. I mean, who knows? It's gonna be up to management. Like, there's a couple of in-game systems they can adjust to be, you know, less bot friendly. Like the biggest one is gathering, for example. But beyond that, it's just purely management, right? Does SM have a lot of bugged interaction with certain bosses and such? Mostly people saying not to play it. Anyone saying no, SM is completely fine. SM is legitimately a good class. Like, it performs great in terms of, like, of its group DPS. It's good in PvP as well. It has some fun gimmicks. Like, SM is fine. It used to be, at the very beginning of the game, the class wasn't great, right? It had some problem with, like, action speed. Like, its DPS was, like, pretty weird because it was very reliant on buffs and shreds for the rest of the group. But nowadays, SM is just... It's just a run-of-the-mill DPS. It's completely fine. They reduced SM's function in party, sort of here. Now it's not bringing anything to the party. Yeah, because they moved the RDPS element to its ADPS. So functionally, it does the same damage. It's just that the damage comes from itself instead of buffing the group now. Like they did that with pretty much every DPS class. Like, every DPS class functions pretty much exactly like this. When it comes to group PvP though, SM has some unique stuff. Like, it's able to pin target with taunts, for example. So if you play with the pre-made, and you call focuses, you can actually pin down the target. Going to sound stupid, but what if they put capture on gathering if you gather a certain amount? They already did. If you get flagged for suspicious activity, whether it's farming or gathering, you get a capture, and if you fail the capture, you get turned into a monster that can't act, and that can get killed by your own faction. How's the PvE in this game? Raid, dungeon, endgame, etc. The best word I could use to describe it is very competent. It's very solid. It's well made. Like, the mechanics are very varied. Like, every time they release a piece of content, it has different mechanics. The difficulty-wise, they have slowly been ramping it up, right? I wouldn't say the game is, like, incredibly difficult right now. Like, if you played 14, for example, the current hardest fight we have in the game is, like, equivalent in difficulty to an early Savage fight, right? But overall, it's just, yeah, it's good. It's good, it's competent. Yeah, we have a Channer, actually. But yeah, I mean, if anyone talked negatively about SM, it was mostly about the early days of SM, where the class was actually pretty rough, right? Like, early days SM had some, again, as I said, some action speed problem with the pets. And a weird kit that didn't feel great to use, right? But, you know, they have many improvements. to just about every class, including SM, and nowadays everything is like every class is good. How can you play already? The game has been out in Taiwan and Korea for 8 months. He's in the future, true. And hello, Eugene. Felt smooth to play? Yeah. I mean, every class is like that, to be fair. It's just all about knowing what you focus on in terms of your build, right? And building around it properly. But then every class just kind of clicks. Again, there's just no bad class right now. Like, especially in PvE, like, yeah. The game's in a pretty good spot. But this group's DPS isn't bad at all. Capture when farming on the mobs, my bad. Made out about capture with gathering, yeah. There's capture on everything, but I mean, it's not enough to stop the bots, obviously. Like, it's mostly gonna be down to management itself. Where the EU server's at? You mean like location? Yeah, it's Germany. It's the usual Frankfurt. Again. I mean, for me, I'm gonna have like 20-30 ping, as usual, right? And as usual, the Germans are gonna be bing chilling with the sub 10 ping. Like, basically, if you know what ping you had on AION1, it's probably gonna be similar. I mean, it's gonna be similar to most MMOs with EU servers, to be fair, because everyone is in Frankfurt. I'm gonna click with SM, it felt super good. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, like, I'm gonna be playing a support adjacent class, obviously, because that's just what I do, but if I was going to pick something that wasn't a support, it would have been SM. It's definitely the class that like appeals to me the most in terms of the playstyle. But hey, I'm gonna have an ult at least. The fear from SM is so nice. The fear is mostly useless at endgame, both in PvE and PvP. But it does have other interesting gimmicks that it works around. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a master of PvP because I barely do PvP these days, but I have a good understanding of like everything that's going on in this game in general. I'll get this far one. Oh boy. Why? I don't know why my rest has got interrupted. That is weird. Then Cleric Man as well. What is priority for Stigmas to go? All 5, then LOP 1520. LOP, okay, I mean the thing is you're gonna be respecing a decent amount of time depending on your comp, right? Because like, if you don't have a Channer, you need LOP to be maxed out. If you have a Channer, you need to just remove LOP from your bars, right? Like that's the thing. Other than that, it's gonna be like Earth Punishment is the highest priority. And Noble Aura, as well as Amplification is pretty high priority as well. Benevolence is always gonna be on your bars pretty much. And then Summon Resurrection. Like, depending on how many Stigmas we have available on Global. Like, because we don't know whether we're gonna have 4 or 5 Stigmas, right? So... like, in terms of the early Stigma investment, like, what are gonna be your first Stigmas to invest into and stuff? I would say probably like, bank all on Earth Punishment and then just play with the Channer. Yeah. But like Earth Punishment is so essential. So essential to your own DPS and the group's DPS. I mean, although we're not gonna get Predation on it on Global, I guess, because that's level 25. So Power of the Storm might be better, actually, early into the game's lifespan. But you still need to use it for your own condemnation, though. So yeah, there's that. Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, then LOP highest priority. And then if you don't have a channel in the group, then Amplification next. Gonna invest first on the Chanter Mantras. I mean, yeah, if you play Chanter, like, Undefeated Mantra is your #1 priority, right? Yeah, Undefeated 15, Sprint 5, and then your next focus is gonna be, I mean, first of all, finish Undefeated when you can, but afterwards it's gonna be Power of the Storm. Like, Undefeated and Power of the Storm are gonna be your big two. The other ones can wait at level 5 until then. Oh boy. I still think they should have kept Condemnation like as a conditional reset with a guaranteed reset on crit. Like the over-reliance on Earth punishment is kind of... I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that, especially in PvP. Like, I get it, making the node be like, you know, 70% chance to reset, but guaranteed reset on crit would make the node be like 5 lines long, but I think it would have been better. And I was watching like an NA player play on Taiwan the other day. It's crazy. Like the guy had like I think 120 MS or something, which isn't good, but you know it's still like close to 100 better than me. Like bro was literally attacking twice as fast as I was, just with that small difference. Like dude. When I'm gonna be playing this game on fucking 30 ping, or even 20, like, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be playing a completely different fucking game. Maybe the game's gonna be too fast. You're gonna understand, yeah. Totally. Like a photo groovy. The game is suddenly gonna be like... I mean, the game isn't difficult already, right? But the game is suddenly gonna be a lot easier. By the way, during the RGB phase, you can still attack the boss. Yes. So the boss has a damage reduction, so you're doing like 1 point of damage, but you can still attack the boss to life leech on classes that can do that. Can I ask, have you played Gladiator? Hey, look, orange gear. Has damage and can heal. Not sure if it's a good as clan life. I know. DP, what do you think? Gladiator is kind of the golden child of the game right now. Like. Gladiator is just really, really good at everything, except DVZ. And as for Cleric, Cleric is excellent for everything except 1v1 PvP. SM is good, SM is really good, yes. Does anyone happen to know if using your phone number to do the security thing on Taiwan will make it not able to same number used for global? I mean, you can use the same phone number for multiple accounts on Taiwan itself, so I don't think it's going to be problematic. What's happening today with SM? I mean, I do think a lot of people are wondering about SM because the class is just underrepresented. It's probably the least played class around, right? But overall, the class is good, yes. Like, it's really, really slept on. It's so fucking strong and convenient, yeah. It's really strong, it's doing like soak levels of damage, right? It has some gimmicks in PvP that technically allows it to be able to win against any class. Like, literally any class. If your taunt, like, lands, you can win against any class, right? And then on the flip side, it's the sturdiest DPS by far. Because of proxy and the green buff. Not many people want to run around carrying 2 giant balls. You'd be surprised. I'm just curious because summoner every anti-sub game is OP. I mean, I wouldn't say it's OP. I would just say it's really, really good and really slept on, though. Can you put in English to play the game if you have a Taiwanese client? Yes. The game is fully localized in English. Although the English voice acting has been bugged for like 2 weeks. But it's there, it's just you can't turn it on right now for some reason. And I think they just don't know. We'll make an SM ult and global, would love to see if we play one. I'm gonna be playing an ult of every class again, because that's what I did on Taiwan, that's what I'm gonna do on global, because I do want to be able to keep at least a surface level understanding of everything that's happening with every class. Because that just makes it easier to answer questions and to make guides and stuff, right? You reckon will be DPS tiers for global launch on PvE? I would love to not pick the top one. The thing is, every DPS is like kind of close to each other, but I mean, I can just tell you that SM is probably going to be the least popular one because people tend to not fuck with the pet classes, right? But like every DPS is honestly just fine. Like they all perform very similarly. Assassin is a bit better for short fights because of the way elusive clone works, but like that's about it. Affect that much pet level to be max level 3 and 5 on global, asking every class. The main difference is going to be like the amount of pet stats that we get, right? Like namely, we're gonna get less accuracy, but we just don't know exactly how they're going to modify it, because the only thing that they said is that they are lowering the max level. Does that mean that we're gonna get all of the perks at level 3? Does that mean that we're gonna have limited perks? Does that mean that we're not gonna be able to have a genus inside to begin with? I don't fucking know. They haven't said anything. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Wait for them to give us more information about the specifics of the pet change. Hitbox for me. Another piece of orange gear, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright, need 2 more. 2 more. I can do like 3 more, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna be missing like 10 energy for an additional one. Very cool. Yeah, this one has crit damage boost and endurance on it. And these are some pretty good stats out the like out the box, yeah. I really hope next week is gonna have like some additional content, man. I need accessory potential. Please give me the new dungeon. I mean, fuck, man. Where's the rifting contest? Where is it? I was so excited to rift in Elton and Moheim, man. Where's my BG? You mean the Battle Royale? Yeah. This chapter 1 has been... like, it's been fun because, you know, the game is fun and the system improvements that they have brought, like, are honestly just good for the game. But my god, in terms of the content release, it has been slow. Go down to an absolute crawl. I think so for what the heck. Focusing on a lot of people on the global release. I mean, potentially. Like, I also think they do want to pace chapter 1 out to be a bit slower in general, because like the content release for like season 1, 2, and 3 was generally just like a bit too fast, to be honest, especially with like all of the gear progression tied to it. How do I hide UI in the game? The default key is F12. Yeah, that's the default key. But, like, otherwise you can like change it in the menu, the keybinds. But Cleric, if you go all into leveling the skills, what do damage and not on healing do you think? Yeah, that's a bit of a handful to read. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking here. But if you're asking about the bread and butter in Cleric right now, like right now it's LMB Condemnation baseline and then Diviner Bolt as your secondary DPS skills. And then on the healing side, you want to get Healing Light and Radiant Recovery to 20. I'm finally playing Taiwan? Nah. I mean, I hope I'm gonna be able to do Thankful before Global. I really hope so. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, with this mechanic, melees can just stack on top of each other and just fucking manual block in this. Meanwhile, rangers have to be a bit careful, because, like, 2 AoE overlap and that's just fucking game over. When you said the official stream got the ultimate founders pack, god damn. Well, GG's. I didn't. But it's okay. I'll just pay for it. But there's a decent amount of people that want it, actually, because you're not the first one to have come into chat to say that. I mean, I guess they did... How many packs was that total? Like 100 packs or something, right? 90? Yeah, that's a decent amount, honestly. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that massive, but you know, pretty good. Yo, thanks for the sub, bro. Thanks for contributing to the founders pack. I'm gonna have to buy. Very cool. Enjoy the emotes. Let me help you a bit. I mean, you didn't have to, but yeah, I do appreciate it. There'll be more giveaways. I mean, yeah, there's still time, right? Like, they're gonna be showing up at Gamescom next, which should be at the end of the month, right? So there's probably gonna be something happening there, and then there's probably gonna be like more stuff throughout September, like at least one more live stream. We'll have Twitch drops too, yeah. I mean, there's definitely gonna be Twitch drops like on the week of the launch. I think that's a given, right? I think that's pretty run of the mill these days. And you know what that means? That means more money for me. I mean, look, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably gonna be cranking them ads on the week of release. All right, look. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing all of what I'm doing for that reason, but I would be stupid not to. So just be prepared. Prepare your ad blockers, because I'm probably gonna be cranking up the ads for the release. You gotta do what you gotta do, you know. Do they have a creator/streamer program? To some extent, yeah. Like, they have a creator reps in with whom we are in contact with. So like, typically, like if we have feedback to provide about the game, or like if we need to get informed about events and stuff like that, like we go through the reps. Like I have one fella I've been talking to. Just sub. True. But like, when it comes to the feedback I've been providing about the game and everything, and as well as being made aware of like incoming stuff, I do have one guy I'm in contact with. So, and I'm assuming most creators are. Are you happy with the new update on global release? You mean the addition of the month sub and the founders pack? I mean, it was bare minimum. I am happy that they did something about it, but you know, it was bare minimum. So as a result, I'm actually gonna be grabbing like one of the higher tier packs. So yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with it. When it comes to the live stream itself, it didn't really address anything major outside of that. So you know, I'm just waiting for more infos. In Asian server was like that. Asian servers did not have early access. I mean. You could argue that the entirety of the 8 months of Korean Taiwan has been the early access. The cynical person will make that argument. What I mean is that you get Earth Retribution to level 20 and Judgment Thunder to 20. Are you level 20 on the 2 skills? Judgment Thunder and PvE you don't use anymore. You only use it to like farm mobs. In actual content, you don't use it anymore. It's retired in favor of Condemnation. Because Condemnation has like permanent uptime now with the Earth punishment. I wanted to buy no matter what. Its value has been increased due to the added sub, but the skins won't be able to the game, so I can have more value. Yep, pretty much. I mean, again, it's just bare minimum in terms of like an early access package, right? They finally made it somewhat worth it to get, which is good. The skins are mid. I don't disagree. I don't really particularly care for them. I mean, I'm just using an in-game skin on this character, right? And I'm probably gonna be doing the same thing on global. But with that said, I do want to support their decision, and I have like some light interest in the dragon mount, so you know. Oh wait, there's a golden kappa going. Is that still a limited thing, chat? The golden kappa thing? I'm not in with the Twitch the Twitch stuff nowadays. That didn't hit me, man. The hitbox on these are just the most insane stuff. Yo, Cerulean, thanks for the 100 biddies. Very cool. I'm gonna get like 28 cents of that. Look, that had rerolled all the perfect stats on the weapon and guard that you get regrowth support your active skills. Yikes. Yeah, we're fucked. Some Kuna. Yeah, I think the argument with the Kuna is that they just don't want to take the risk of the packs being called pay to win, right? So the sub you can make an easy argument for, but the premium currency would have been harder to argue for. The main thing, I guess, is it would have been nice if the $100 package had 2 months of sub instead of just 1, but at the end of the day, I'm just happy that we won't have to pay for the sub on top of the early access. Like that, again, that was bare minimum. The stuff in the early access package. Korean Taiwan does have the contents of the early access package as like regular like cosmetic cash up skins, right? But the early access packages in themselves did not exist in Korean Taiwan now. They just raw dogged the release. Yeah. Like the most worth pack right now is the entry level one, the $30 one. Like this one is actually pretty good value now. Between what you get and the sub and so on and so forth, it's actually like the value is pretty decent. But you know, again, I'm gonna grab I'll be grabbing a bigger package just to support the fact that they went back and actually added sub. I do want to support the initiative, I guess. On Dragon Craft on release since Ludra is in. We don't know because they haven't said it, but I have mentioned to the NC rep I'm talking to that they should, number 1, pace the content release, and number 2, move the Horn Dragon material to Bargot in Season 2. And I know for a fact NCSoft has seen the feedback, so for the rest, like, we'll see what they do. And then for you as a player, if you care about that, you should be loud about it on like their Discord and stuff. Alright. We don't have a channel anymore. Hold. Can't wait for global rolling? Yep. Ditto. I can't wait to be playing, like, feeling this game on normal ping. That is... I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a completely different beast. Like, it's already fun as is, so, yeah. Although there's gonna be a bit of a, you know, adjustment period. With, like, dodging and everything. Also gonna need to start min-maxing macros and everything properly. Because right now I'm just... Yeah. Yeah, no. Ow. It's just, like, the way Benevolence, like, I will need to do some proper research about this, because, like, it's odd, because when you have Benevolence up, if the Benevolence procs in the middle of a stun, like, let's say you've been stunned for, like, a full second, it doesn't do anything, but if the Benevolence procs at the exact same time as a stun happens, it removes the stun, and I don't know why. I don't know if that's intended. It just sort of happens. Like I would need to do some proper testing on that. It's been like that since they introduced Benevolence. I feel like it's a bug, but I don't know. Could be a latency thing as well, I guess. Maybe the game doesn't have the time to identify the stun as an abnormal CC if you remove it like frame 1 or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's gonna be my... I mean, I guess I can do one more after that. And I have money. Holy shit. Also have a bunch of money on my ults too. Imagine that. Auto transfer works here. If I transfer my main, where does my pet and costume go? You mean server transfer, Pojel? They just get merged into the new, like, the recipient server. Tried to dodge both, got hit by both. Classic. Classic. Now this pattern kind of sucked dick, huh? Yeah, server transfer? Well, that answered then. It just gets merged on the recipient. Like, you do have the choice, actually. To transfer, to keep it, to abandon it. But you can take your pets and genus when you do transfer. Although I mean transfers are inactive now, right? Pretty sure. Pretty sure the event is over. And yeah, same with the closet. I can do one more. And then it's Jova. Can you force exit combat stance to run faster? No, you have to wait to be out of combat. Oh, these guys are leaving. I mean, I can just, like, stop now. Is the collection of feathers will be wide roster, must do it every character? Yes, it is shared across all of your characters on the same server. Like, feathers are one of the things that does get shared. Yeah, I do need to do some event morphs as well. For future, maybe it's not a bad idea to make one character pre-pack server and then transfer on the main one. You mean for global? I mean, I don't know why you would want to do that specifically. Like, I don't know what would be the specific reason to be doing that. Like, for that, right? All right, let's see. I mean, I could make that just to make a better chalice, I guess. Like, what do I have on my chalice right now? Level 2 Earth Retribution. How's my skill? Warm Benediction. I should be changing those passives actually. Like Healing Life, Radiant Recovery. I do have those on the flat level, right? But I can also update my rings. And I don't have NMB on my rings either. So if I get 2 more levels, if I just make a scale, if I just make a better scale, actually that would be enough, yeah. But I would need to run some Arcanas, because I definitely won't have the XP for that. Just having the guys, let's see if I like one more then, yeah. Well, you don't have to collect feathers on every single character? Nope. I mean, I can show you. Like, when you walk up to the monolith, on the bottom left of the monolith screen, you have a sync feather button. And when you click it, it just gives you all of the feathers if you collected on your main already. For every monolith. So, like, let me remove that. Bam. Okay, you still don't see it. This one, right? Yeah. See this button right there? This button? If you click that, it syncs the feathers on every characters. I mean, it's a bit out of the way, so I get, you know, I get it, but yeah. I've been collecting them? Yeah, well, there you go. It's already explicitly told you and the button is a bit out of the way, so I get it. Although, had you watched my videos, you would have known that. Can you use skills? I want to see graphics. Well, I'm doing sugar right now. I mean, I've been spamming dungeons for like the last 4 hours. Must have missed it. I think I do mention the sync stuff in the in my content and system overview video that I released a few months ago. But I'm gonna be releasing an up-to-date one before global, so. Just in it on Twitch. I'm gonna be doing some more dungeons on the other characters in just a minute. Like, I just want to figure out a couple of things right now. Like, I'm probably just gonna make a better scale. Like, because more Warm Benediction is kind of useless. That +3 on Lord's Grace is pretty great, but I think I can just get like LMB instead of Warm Benediction, and then just like switch around my soulbinds on the rings, I guess. You're the first man who popped up. That's great. I mean, welcome. Every aspect I have now, I'm still very new on the max level player. Yeah, I mean, that's completely fine. And again, it's very the sync thing. I mean, honestly. I think it should just get synced by default. I don't know why they have you press a button to do it. And I don't know why the button is like so out of the way instead of being right next to the main button, but you know, I guess it is what it is. Does AION have any world bosses and guild events, or just like small pack gameplay only? It does have world bosses and sieges and stuff like that. when it comes to guild stuff, the game is faction-based instead of being guild-based. So legions are just a glorified friend list instead of being something that you have to interact with to be playing with the community. So yeah, like the game is basically pre-made and faction-centric within its content, not so much guild. Be able to use the market for profit. I mean, early on, all of the crafting mats are gonna be really cheap, right? And then like the big one is gonna be if you just want to dunk all your Kina into the Kina boxes to make a bunch of Kuna early on, like that's not a terrible idea. Is it pay to win? Yeah, every MMO is pay to win. So not much surprise there. But in terms of like, does the game forces you to swipe in order to be able to do anything? No. You will never have to swipe. If you just play the game, you'll be able to do absolutely everything immediately on day one. Without even particularly like try-harding or anything. But yes, the game has pay to win. You can swipe for power. You can. Heavy? It's basically, long story short, the pay to win in this game is legal RMT. You can buy the in-game currency from other players with the premium currency. And that premium currency is then used for like battle passes and skins. If you're old school and access the Moai Monolith map, you could not sing feathers from those maps. Yeah, you need to have access to the monolith itself, yes, to click the button. Let's see. I do need that. I do need those as well. And then after that, I'm hesitant. Like, do I do it? Or do I just not give a shit? Because, like, what am I going to win from doing this? Like, it's going to be a lot of extra setup to get extra multi-hit on LMB, which doesn't do much damage anyways. Yeah, I don't think I give enough of a shit, to be honest. There are no PvP prime guilds who has loot from bosses. Loot is DPS contribution based on the world boss, and the rankings are based off of class. And it's all personal loot. I mean, there is some ground loot as well on some world bosses, but, you know. It's not the main relevant thing. Is the currency exchange more now? How much is it compared to how it was at the beginning? I mean, on Taiwan, the exchange rate was always kind of cooked. Because Taiwan is so, like, RMT forward. When is it going? When is global opening? September 30th for early access, October 5th for full release. Ooh, nice. Like some actual artisan fluxes, holy shit. Imagine that. Actually, okay, let me have a look. Can I craft my own Dragon Guard right now? Like, can I just, like, send it? What do I need? Yeah, so I'm missing 10 of those. That's, like, 30 mil. And I'm missing 14 of those, which is, like... that's, like, 2 mil each, right? That's, like, 28. That's like 50 mil then, and then those, which that's like... Okay, so I'm missing like 60 mil total, I guess. So I need like 30 mil. And I need the transfer stuff, I guess. Okay, so I do have the money and resources, I'm just missing the transfer stones. Is that gear? Yeah, that's the crafted equipment. Which is biz for PvE. What server are you on? I'm currently on Nîmes Asmo on Taiwan. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna be stashing shit until I can do it. And it just sucks that I'm just not getting the fucking transfer mats, man. Probably break all of those into... I don't need those. I'm just going to make that into Soulbind stones. Yeah. I'll keep those just in case. At this point, I'm just keeping them for fun, but you know. And yeah, I guess I'll just grab these for now. I mean, I can deadass just make the crystals and put them aside. I mean, I can probably just... I probably have a bunch of crystals laying around anyways. Just from running for mead. But I guess I'll just make them, sure. Oh, you get 500 of these. Holy, I didn't think there was that many. Okay. Very nice. At the beginning, try to... I'll roll the dice, kind of hard to decide. I mean, when it comes to crafted mats early on, like me personally, I'm just going to be crafting everything at the beginning. Because it's going to be, like, the mats are going to be cheap, right? So I'm going to be abusing the fact that the mats are cheap to be crafting my own stuff early on. That's going to be my approach. Which isn't necessarily, like, the best in terms of, like, ooh, min-maxing Kina long-term and so on, right? But I just want to be able to enter Ludra ASAP, basically. Like, just be ready as fast as possible. And also, I want my PvE gear to be set up as early as possible to min-max medals on world bosses. Because, like, the state of your PvE gear is directly going to correlate with the quality of the medals you receive, right? So, yeah. That's the other thing. Okay, so I'm pretty much done with this character, I guess. I just need to do my Abyss weeklies, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, I can do that like tomorrow. That's not too urgent. Let me see what I have left to do on my ranger. And burn lesser mana stones, yeah. I mean, you can even like craft them and sell them. Same with the PvP mana stones, like... If you sell them early on, like, relatively speaking, they're probably gonna be... You're probably gonna make, like, a decent amount of bank on those. Instead of, like... Because the early corridors are not gonna give you that many skins, because it's only gonna be one layer, right? So you're gonna get, like, maybe 1 or 2 instants at best, right? So you can just, like, sell PvP mana stones instead, pretty much. Right, okay. So I do have 1,000 energy on this character. Did I get everything already? Okay, I did. Okay. I have a decision to make, chat. I can definitely clear normal mode Clerics on this character. Do I want to try and pug it? That's the question right there. I have no fucking idea what pugs do. I'm assuming they probably do like regular 1-8 clock positions, right? But do I want to bother with like trying to pug this? Also, pugs are probably gonna want 600, right? So I'm gonna have to make my own group even. I feel sick. I mean, hey, at least Andrew, you won't make the same mistake on global. So you know. 600 Discord. Yeah. Also, these guys are gonna want to be on voice. That's the thing, right? Ugh. Up on a cook and do it, sure, dude. Like, do the Chinese pugs have like a normalized strat to this, other than just like clock positions? Learn Chinese? Ah, yes. Chinese on the main, yeah, exactly. Like, you will never have to craft mana stones to use for your main outside of the PvP ones, as long as you run Ascension Try on ults. So you're gonna be able to sell everything for profit. Yeah. And this guy is 516. 488. Like, I'm on the lower end, but surely I can fit in. I have a full set of crafted accessories. So maybe. But I'm probably gonna have to make my own group. Like, what does that mean? Hold on, let me capture that. Let's see if they mentioned, like, ooh, we are using so-and-so strat. This probably means just, like, DPS tank 600 plus, support for 450 plus. I'm guessing this is what this means, but I'm gonna check anyways. Alright, let's see. Alright, image, English, simplified Chinese. DPS 600, support 450. Okay, that's exactly what I thought it would mean. Okay, so they're not really like describing a strat per se. And this is just like a voice chat thing. This is a voice chat as well. I don't know what this is. Oh my god. I just know I'm gonna like stick myself into a gulag. I just know, dude. Okay. Deadass chat. Deadass. What I actually need to do. I need to just leech a hard mode kill from my pre-made on reclears, and then I need to do pogs on my main. That's what I need to do. RNG craft or guaranteed crafting. I'm gonna be raw dogging the accessories with the RNG craft, and if we have the guaranteed craft, I'm gonna be making an ebony weapon with it. But the accessories I'm going to raw dog because they barely take any mats. Remains, yeah. Yeah. +100. Yeah. Intrude? Ooh. Is it time, chat? Wait. I know these people. Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone right there. We need DPS. Oh, man. All right, let me just ask. I didn't even read the names, dude. Like, this is pure coincidence. What have you enough damage? All right, I can leave. It's okay. It's okay. I'll jump into another pug. Crafting broken vid, did they fix crafting since then? Yeah, crafting is a lot better now. It's much better. It is significantly better. You have guaranteed crafting path, you have transfer crafting, we have bulk crafting for like some consumables, not all of them. They do need to be adding those on potions and scrolls. But it's significantly better now, yes. Alright, well, I guess I'll try, chat. I'm gonna try to make a group, and we see where that goes. Do you know a good Sork player streamer? I know of one Korean guy. I don't remember the name off of the top of my head, but yeah, I honestly just don't really watch other streamers or content creators in this game, if I'm gonna be completely honest. What a Korean stream, I will search. You're gonna be able to find a bunch of AION2 content on YouTube if you look for the Korean keywords. Like, most of them do stream on YouTube. They stream on what the other one? It's not called the Freaker anymore. It's like Voop or something. Sele is a Japanese streamer. Sork, yeah, true. Sele is in my Moose Bull pre-made actually, and he does play Sork. Yeah, he's like as juiced as it gets. If you want a funny so, I would not watch Wizard for gameplay. Yeah, yeah. Alright, we're getting supports, you know? This guy's 500. 400k, Cleric. I mean, okay. I'm gonna leave this guy in here for now. I'm willing to be lenient until at least I have another cleric. After hard at work, yeah, pretty much Tiamos. May have mercy. Okay, that's someone from chat. Alright. I trust you know the mechanics, right? I mean, not that you need to be particularly good at the mechanics anyways, given, you know, what normal mode is, but at least some baseline, right? I wonder, okay. I wonder how many people on global are going to be using the racist flag, because no one on Taiwan is using it. I know some people in Korea are. I wonder how many people are going to use it on global. Okay, that's fine. No brooches though, brother. Come on. Yeah, like, Wizard is a funny guy. Do not watch his stream for, like, good advice or good gameplay. I like the guy. He's a class clown, you know? Which is fine. But he's definitely a bit unhinged. At least people are joining, somewhat. This is probably going to be... This will probably end in complete failure, but at least I will have tried, alright? But yeah, I think... I genuinely think the play is just going to be to clear this on hard mode with my pre-made on my ult, and then just jump into Pog on my main, because I don't need this on my main anymore. I'm basically just running it for, like, the additional conversion mats and the Kina, right? And I can probably find a spot in Pogs easily, because I already have Nemesis weaponry, right? So I already have a proof that I've cleared it and everything. So it's going to be a lot easier to get into Pogs. But yeah, this character, yeah, it's a little rough. A little rough. Also, this character also needs transfer mat, because I would be able to get a corroded weapon if I had a transfer mat. Yeah, we have 2 channels to clerics, bro. Yeah, that's fine. Is it possible to have Chandra and Cleric in the same group? Yes. Both have things... Okay, they share some similar buffs that don't stack, but both have, like, things they give to the group that the other one doesn't have. That make them, like, valuable to the group. Okay, now the main thing is, for the kicking mechanic, do you think if I attribute, if I just like put numbers above people's head to just like represent the clock spots, they will know? Surely, right? Like if I put a 03, like 0369, do you think they will understand? Surely, right? I don't even know how Chinese communicate about this. I mean, I guess we're about to find out. Whatever, man. This is a huge mistake. Is that ground markers? Nope. No ground markers. I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where Koreans don't talk about it, but then Global is immediately gonna bitch about the lack of ground markers, and then they're eventually going to add it. You know what I mean? I don't even think at this point it's even a design decision. I just think they straight up just don't know. And no one is asking for it. AION2 had him? Not really, no. Like, we didn't have visible ground markers. Throne had them though. Throne had pins. Anna's back. Yeah, I mean, this cleric I'm a bit hesitant on, but I guess, I mean, if another cleric joins, I guess his time with us is gonna be, is gonna come to an end. Also, what the fuck are these arcanas? What in the world is this? Okay, now see, this I can fuck with. This other cleric is mega sus, dude. Yeah, that's fine. 315 blue square, green triangle. We didn't have ground markers in AION1, no. Yeah, this is sus as well. Like, these are some sus cards. Confused with WoW? Yeah, definitely. Because like you could mark people, right? You could mark objects. You could link positions on the map, but actually putting physical ground indicator on the ground, you couldn't do that in AION1. Like you could put pin, like numbered pin, on the ground in Throne, but yeah, not AION1. This is definitely not gonna fail. I'm gonna give this until half past. And if the group is not like at least mostly filled by then, I'm just gonna give up. Any balance patch soon? I mean, they said there was gonna be like fairly significant PvP balance coming soon, so we're probably gonna get a batch of that alongside like the Battle Royale or something, which hopefully in the coming weeks. Is there a top DPS class tier list? Every DPS class is like within the same bracket of damage. It's just like, specifically for short fight, Assassin is like slightly above the rest because Assassin is a burst heavy class. So like it does a lot of burst and then it does no damage. And then it does a lot of burst and then it does no damage, right? So if the fight dies really fast, then and the Assassin is still within its burst phase, then it's gonna be like slightly above the rest in terms of damage for those fights. But for raids and long fights and so on and so forth, it's pretty even overall. Did a good job with the graphics in this game. Yeah, this game looks good. Although, the main gripe I have with it is the render and targeting distance. Like, I do hope they will improve on that eventually. Because right now, it's kind of shit from an ass, if I'm gonna be honest. I heard Brawler can do more DPS than anyone, but it's hard to manage. I don't know, man. I keep hearing completely different things about Brawler from the mouth of different people. Some people say it's dog shit. Some people say it's broken. Some people say it falls exactly in line with the rest. And the end result is that most of the Brawlers I've played with have felt underwhelming. So honestly, I just don't know. I also don't think there's enough people that play Brawler that gives enough of a shit. So, 650k plus. Yeah, they're still looking for a DPS. I'm surprised. I mean, okay, I guess it's still a mainly foreign group, right? That's probably why they are struggling. It's like gear-wise, they have more than enough to be clearing this. Like, I would be able to fit into this like just fine, but yeah, this is probably a full foreigner group, unfortunately. Do you know if we'll get sieges on dredges? Dredges, at this point, I'm doubting. I think like the battleground like this, I think this is like this game's dredging, right? I think this is it. Sieges, We already have Artifact Siege. If you mean like a Castle Siege, they have said it's something that they will be introducing like later on. Will Cleric and Templars have a role to play, or will just bosses be DPS targets? I mean, they will, yeah. Obviously, Season 1 is like on the easier end, so I think comp is going to be a lot... It's not going to matter as much. It's going to matter if you want to like do stuff with like the minimum item level, right? What's the difference between a pay-to-win and a pay-to-play in power and PvP PvE short version? You're slightly more juiced, but you're not able to do more. That's the short version. Swiping in this game doesn't get you to do more. Like, if you just play the game, you're gonna be able to do the PvE content on the hardest difficulty on day 1. And you're gonna be able to partake to all of the PvP content, no problem. And do all of your weeklies and so on and so forth. So yeah, there you go. The swiping element is for catch-up or ego. That's it. Well, the shitty Cleric has left, so... I guess there's that. Ooh, there's another intrigue one. Hold up. Yes. Sorry, I just kind of dumped you, but it was only one guy left, alright? So... you gotta take the opportunities that you can take, alright? And I got kicked. Never mind. Well, I guess that answers that. I think the Sang 3 situation on this character, unless I have a pre-made, I think it's Jova. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, what does this group say? Let me try to translate what this group says. Probably ask for like voice chat. I think most groups are just asking for voice chat on this. See. Hitting the lobby? Now that's I just joined an ongoing dungeon. Let's see. This one, right? Yeah, okay. Starting out, some still learning, looking for a leader to guide them. Okay, these guys want... This is a learning group. Got it. I mean, this could be content, right? If they take me, this could be content. Okay, they won't do it. I get it. I get it. I'm not even 500k. I get it. Alright, well. I tried, chat. Maybe next week. Okay, I'm gonna do Invasion and then I'll do some regular dungeons then. Why did you get kicked? I mean, this character's gear is like dog shit. Like, it's enough to clear this, but I think Pogs expect you to be at least 500k. Like, this character is 480. You think it's worth to use one Sugar Keeper ult to buy the weekly soul crystals? Nah, it doesn't give you a relevant amount. I mean, I do think, okay, you're gonna want to use the sugar keys on your main because of the unbound AP that you get from it. Like, early on, the AP that you get from sugar and evasion is gonna be like mega relevant compared to the cap, right? Later on, you will want to do some sugar on your ults to also be able to buy the skill points and the Deviant board and so on and so forth, right? How much combat power do you need for Ludra to clear it? I'm asking for global. Combat power did not exist as a value when Ludra was relevant content back then. So I don't know exactly, but I can tell you that we're going to be able to power creep Ludra very early on. Just because of like the overall change to the class QL and the accessibility of pets and so on and so forth. Like pretty much as soon as you have 2700 eye level with like okay arcanas, maybe a couple of crafted accessories, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to clear Ludra if you have a group that knows what they're doing. I'm trying to play the game. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, when it comes to this game, just play it. Just play it. And if you're enjoying your time, like, don't worry about the rest. Because genuinely, you don't need to worry about the rest. Do you have any Ludra guide on YouTube? Yes. It was like one of the first guides I made, actually, was for Ludra. I have guides for the 2 mini bosses and Ludra himself. Accessories before weapon guard. Yeah, because the accessories are going to be incredibly easy to make, and they're only going to take the mats from Dropney and Crow Cave, right? Which are going to be plentiful because people are just going to be doing those at the beginning, right? Especially with ults. So they're going to be very easy to make, very low risk. And then for the weaponry, you're going to want to make Ebony with the guaranteed craft if we have the guaranteed craft. And until then, you're just going to be using Tromid pretty much. Tromid, Nuakum. Like, if you really want to, you can make a Star Dragon Guard early on just to get the PvE damage boost. But I don't think you're gonna need that to clear content, right? And then as long as you're able to clear Ludra, like, you can just focus on getting a Ludra Guard early on. Ebony is tier 2. Ebony is tier 3. Tier 2 is Dark Dragon. So you make the tier 1 accessories, like easy, cheap and easy, you know, takes two refining stones per accessories, like just a couple of Belic mats, just only one of the artisan accessory, right? Gonna be very easy to make, like within week 2 you'll have all of them. And armor, you just stick with dungeon to begin with. Weapon, you just get your like Chromid weaponry, and then you slowly pivot towards Ebony weapon. And once you're done with everything, you'll make Star Dragon armor just to get the 5 soul binds to be able to inherit later on. Also, this game, some even mentioned Lost Ark style. Could we explain how it actually is? I can do you one better, Michele. I have a video that goes over absolutely everything about ults in this game, right? What they get you, how much time you want to put into them, how much investment you want to put into them, how much time you're putting into them relative to the amount of time you're playing on your main, so on and so forth, right? Like, I have that covered on a video on my YouTube channel, and that's going to answer you about everything better than what I can do right now. So, link please, just !YouTube, and it's one of the last videos I released. Like, you just go back a couple of videos and you'll be able to find it. And it goes over the state of ults both early game and late game, because it does shift over time. Why jewels are going to be super easy to make? Do we know mats? How mats are going to be that cheap? It's just that it requires barely anything. Like, these accessories, it's only 2 refining stone, only 1 artisan, and only 4 of the bound, like only 4 of the Belic ingredient. Like, these are going to be incredibly easy to gather, and the success rate on them is pretty high because it's the first tier. Yeah, pretty much Tankman. Right, okay. Let's do some regular dungeons on the Ranger then. Alright. Man, I wish I could, but I guess not. I just want to spend more time doing Calder's Gulag. Like, Calder's Gulag is fun. I don't know, man. I just like to play the game. Sue me. Sue me, I guess. Ebony will be too expensive in the beginning. Ebony is going to be something that you build into because you're going to have some ults that are going to be in background that will get you the wills, right? And you're going to be running Chromede, right? Chromede and whatchamacallit, Then to be getting your weapon and guard, right? And they're just going to be like your endgame dungeon. So you're going to get a bunch of egos from that. And also the egos are going to be pretty cheap because they're going to be just spam the dungeon, right? So once you have the mats, which you're just going to build slowly over time, it's not going to take that long, but you will build it over time. You're just going to be able to craft the breath with the weaponry you will have obtained from Chromede. And just use like the bound mats from running ults and dungeons and so on and so forth just to make them. It's not too bad. Like the Ebony weapons are not too bad to make. It's just going to be like over time, which is why you're going to start with the Chromede weapons first. Oh, default. Where do you slot the guard in there? Craft the guard somewhere as well before you start the armor. The guard, you just run a dungeon guard. You can do a Star Dragon guard if you want to fill in the blank easier early on. But like long term, you're just gonna go for the Ludro guard, right? That's gonna be like the first piece of Ludro weaponry that you will want will be the Ludro one. Assuming that Horn Dragon isn't present. Do you have a gearing guide on YouTube? I have a PvE, like a PvE building guide. It doesn't go too specific for like gear, right? But it does basically explain all of the priorities on building around everything. Which inherently like gives you the keys to understand what to go for. I will be making an early progression guide for global, closer to the global release. Where I'm basically going to cover like what I'm going to be personally going for. In terms of like, you know, gear progression. And I do have, like, if you play right now on Taiwan, I have a guide that goes over your like gearing and overall progression priorities after you're done with the growth catch-up mechanic. So yeah, pretty much have you covered there. Thanks for the help of YouTube videos. Yeah, I mean, hey, someone has to make them, right? Like at the end of the day, I've said this before. I don't have as a life goal to be a guide maker, but fact of the matter is, the state of content creation for this game in the West is dog shit. So someone has to like step up and do stuff for people who actually want to play the game. Did they say why they removed the actual ping number from the nitpicking thing in the UI? They haven't said it. I guess maybe people have complained that it wasn't completely accurate. Are you going Templar for global? Yes, I'm going to be playing Templar on global. I think so for gold and that stuff. AION2 had nothing at the start. Yeah, I mean, it was the product of its time. Here a question, if you were to sell all your unbound crafting mats, would you be able to get enough bound mats to craft your weapon and guard maybe a few pieces of armor? I mean, if you run a bunch of ults through dungeons, you will get a bunch of bound mats, yes. But ultimately, if you want to like get your crafted stuff ASAP, you do want to just use everything. Video said find someone who does good video clear information about the game. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I mean, I don't want to like self-glaze or anything, but I'm just doing the bare minimum, dude. What I'm doing is I'm just making content about the game. Most of the people who cover this game in the West just jerk off their dick to try and in the desperate attempt to get views to like get $5 in ad revenue. They just say nonsense about the game they haven't even played, which I personally don't see the point on, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. How do you pay attention to Twitch and YouTube chat at the same time? I don't know. I'm just decent at multitasking, I guess. I just have like both chats next to each other. Although I do need to, I mean, I'm gonna look into potentially having a combined chat for you guys on like the actual stream. I'm gonna look into getting that done. Like if I can find a good solution to that. Again, that was part of the stuff I wanted to do yesterday, but you know, with NCSoft deciding to do a live stream on my off day, I guess it is what it is. And also playing, yeah. I mean, hey, if you're not good at multitasking and you're not good at talking to people, streaming is not made for you. Because like that's what streaming is all about, right? It's about the interaction with people. So yeah. I'm doing my best to keep up with both chats, but at the end of the day, if I miss your question or anything, because you know, like my chat pop out is really, really small. That's the one thing I should maybe improve, is that it's literally just like 3 lines long for both. So yeah, if the chat goes fast a little bit, I may be missing stuff. But just ask again. I know said. Ow. Also pinning potatoes, but we don't see it. How did you know? Free reminder, Twitch Prime is free. It's true. And hello pizza, either way. And also a quick reminder, you can take control of the chat with just a couple of channel points. Very, very important, very relevant, yes. Please waste your channel points. Good money where my mouth is and buy the packs now. I was waiting for the change to do this, so I will send it. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm gonna be grabbing a higher. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. That's bait. I'm gonna be grabbing a higher standing pack because they actually went forward with the sub change. So like, good on them. I'll be honoring my my words. You have an extra monitor just for chat? Kinda. I do have chat on like a separate monitor, yeah. It's not just for chat though. I have like my whole OBS on it, so I have like a small window that has chat on it. I can just like check the stream health, you know, whether there's something wrong with like the connectivity or like, you know, something wrong happening with sound, and I also have chat on it. Then we can call it yeah. I mean, even to this day, AION2 just doesn't have a lot of like guide content, to be honest. Like, I remember when I started really getting into AION2, I was looking how to do like, you know, the tech stuff, you know, the slide shotting and so on and so forth, right? I could not find any information on that. AION2 is like very poorly covered in the West. It's crazy. Which is a shame. It's a shame. I mean, there was a pretty big gatekeeping mentality with AION2 too. Yeah, there's also that. It was just like word of mouth, just like one player to another teaching, and then just like figuring shit out on yourself. Oh wow, okay, I guess that's done. And like I guess we never really had like a dedicated content creator for AION2 either. Like that's the other part. Like there was a couple of people that made like funny videos. Like we had a bunch of people who made like PvP compilations and stuff, but never quite people who made guides about the game and like helpful stuff. Which is maybe my one regret about AION2. Like I don't know. I wish I did that. But you know. Define things while playing it, yeah. AION was a hard game too at the start, some quests and no location, yeah. PvP montages, yeah. I mean, and to be fair, the cringe PvP videos in AION1 were the lifeblood of the game. They were necessary. It was that was what the game was all about, right? Just fucking slap some sick clips together, put some shitty music over it, and just fucking send it. That was the lifeblood of the game. That is what kept the game alive for so long. And at least for that, I'm glad to say I have contributed. I have posted my fair share of cringe. And I do not regret a single drop of it. Montages were awesome, yes. I understand it, yeah. Information was just hard to find in AION1 early on. And like even throughout the year, it was just not a game that was very well covered. I have a few favorites. I think we all do. I think all of us have at least one AION1 player we sim for in terms of like the video they made. For me, personally, especially early in the days, it was Xingxiao, right? Simka, I'm pronouncing the name. Yeah, Simka made some helpful stuff, but I do know exactly what type of video you're talking about. Yeah. Oh well, he left. Maybe it was Xingxiao, yeah. I mean, Xingxiao was like the baseline reference. He made some cool shit, for sure. Do the Glad, yeah. But a bunch of names across the ages, for sure. Including ones that shall not be named. Oh, I'll intrude. I'll bite. I'll enter the gulag. Oh, down the second boss, alright. Favorite Gunner montage? Oh, that does ring a bell, actually, yeah. I mean, I didn't really watch Gunner stuff because Gunner was just a boring class. It was just a really one-dimensional class, yeah. To be fair, I did... Okay. The crazy thing is I played Gunner for like 4 months on like Euro AION, like around COVID time. It was really boring. I made like 2 PvP videos and for some reason they have a ton of views and I don't know why. How hard is it playing as a healer in this game? It's pretty simple. It's pretty plug and play. Like, you're just doing your bread and butter like DPS rotation that is pretty similar to a lot of classes. And the healing aspect is none of the heals are targeted, so you don't need to be targeting people within the party frame. All of your heals are either AoE or they automatically target the lowest health group member that is the closest, like that is within range, right? So all that you need to care about is your positioning. Also, what the fuck is this group, dude? What is this? Why are people dying? Okay, you know what? I think I understand what's going on here. I think I understand why people... I think I understand why the previous guy left. Only get it when making PvP montages? Nah. There was a little something for everybody. I mean, hey, again, I contributed my fair share. Like, early in the day, I made some assassin stuff, right? I made some Chanter stuff. There's no one with me, okay. I made some Chanter stuff, like I made some Templar stuff, some Cleric stuff, some Gunner stuff. Would you recommend for someone like me, 130 MS, to play as a Cleric? Cleric is definitely the class that suffers the least from having high pings, so if you're interested in the class, I would say so, yes. Bro. What is this group? Hold on. Chat, I think I may have actually trapped myself into a gulag. Okay, I need to clear some feathers, dude, because like these guys will not manage this. Do you have max binding stats before transferring? Nah. There's no requirements to transfer. Is your Cleric healing? The one in the group right now? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't even... Okay. Here's a better question. Is anyone actually playing the game in this group right now? Because my honest to God answer is... I'm not sure. What character are you starting with on global? I'm probably making a Templar. Okay, that's... And thanks for the follow, Paulion. Yeah. Is the Cleric AFK, actually? Okay. Those three Chromite players are probably together, and they probably have high ping. And then the Cleric is just happy to be here. The Cleric doesn't even have LOP on, actually. The Cleric is not even playing the game. Yeah. I mean, we have to clear the boss to be able to, you know... to be able to exit the dungeon, so I guess, yeah. I thought you were Cleric. I'm playing Cleric on Taiwan because of the ping. Because I knew going in that ping was going to be a problem, and that playing a ranged support would be my best bet to not have a terrible time. And I ended up being right. But on global, since I'm gonna have good ping, I'm gonna be playing something else, yeah. My goodness, dude. What in the world is this? Ranger can tank. You can clear light content. You can clear with any class, any combination of class. I mean, if this guy dies, actually, that would be a wipe, which would work. Please die. Thank you. All right, we can finally exit the gulag. Okay, this was a huge mistake, chat. Let's never repeat that ever again. Whatever the fuck that was. Feel like it's the last boss. Feels like it's fucking Cleric, bro. Speaking of Clerics, well, this is very tempting. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm probably getting kicked frame 1, but let a boy dream. Yep. And these hooligans No teaching, 650 plus. I'm down. Please, by all means. I mean, hey, this guy speaks English. Alright? This guy definitely watched my guide for this. You gotta let me in. You owe it to me. Please. What the hell with this group? With this group? Good question. Would you be able to show how much the mats you will need to craft your wise weapon and what is the current price on Taiwan? It's really cheap. I mean, okay, it's not cheap because everything is inflated on Taiwan. On global, it's gonna be much cheaper, right? Like the greatsword, I guess. It's gonna be this. So 6 mines, 11 wheels, 21 egos. That's it. And then 15 artisan things. It's honestly not that much. It's genuinely not that much. I'm really split on playing a cleric or ranger solo, by the way. If you're a solo player, strictly solo, it depends, right? If you're more PvE focused, cleric is gonna be great because it's gonna be much easier for you to just like get into pogs and fill in, right? Like, whereas if you play ranger, you're gonna need to, you know, do your due diligence on gear to be able to join pogs. But as an overall solo experience, ranger is probably more fun in terms of like grinding solo, doing solo PvP, like etc, right? So yeah. The end result is that I haven't helped you at all. Yeah, we need another cleric. But I'm letting this guy cook. I'm letting him build. And we'll see how bad this is. Yeah, we actually failed, but we don't have a second cleric. Ooh, that's a little rough. Templar or Glad for endgame content, both are excellent. I would say Gladiator is like, obviously Gladiator is a bit of the golden child right now. It's a bit stronger for PvP and stuff, but both are really good. Brother. Alright, that's it. That's it. You're kicking me? Really? Interesting. Racon, Case, and Chromide. I see. I see how it is. That's fine. I'll just jump into this, but I will remember. Okay, I'm not joining ongoing groups anymore. I'm not falling for this shit. Fuck that. I need to know why he's going Templar now. I'm going Templar because I still want to play a support adjacent class, right? So my choice would be between Chanter or Templar, and the group I'm going to be playing with already have a Chanter. So it's pretty much as easy as, right? And I also just generally prefer the aesthetics of like sword and shield. So yeah, there's that. Never done Moose Build yet. Have you got a guide on it? Yep, I do have a guide for like pretty much every single piece of content in this game. So, although the Moose Build guide I have is specifically for hard mode. Like some stuff is easy on normal mode. Any build guide on Cleric? Not Cleric specifically, but I do have a PvE building guide that fits for every class that I uploaded recently. And like, I'm probably not going to make like class-specific guides because ultimately, once you understand what's going on, you can kind of build for any class, and then you can fill in gaps in knowledge by just looking at what other people are doing on, like, you know, search websites. So, although I will be making some like class introduction guide for every class closer to global. Like, basically my content pipeline right now is I'm going to fill in the blanks with the dungeons I haven't covered yet from season 1. So I'm going to be making guides for 1, 2, and 3 star dungeons. And then I'm going to update my content and system overview video. And then I'm going to make like class stuff. And that's pretty much going to be the pipeline up until the release of global. Like early progression guide as well, like right before release. Like, this is what I'm going for. These are the pitfalls you don't want to fall into. Stuff like that. I mean, in terms of dungeon guide, it is going to be a bit of a handful, because it's basically going to be like 6 dungeons. Actually, more than that, like 7 dungeons. Because there's also like both transcendence, right? You reckon Temple be okay to play with 100 to 140 ping? Looks interesting though, about from JP. I mean, any class is going to suffer from having over 100 ping, but Temple is one of the ones that is going to struggle a bit less because you do buff the rest of the group, and tanking isn't that bad in terms of like threat generation, even on high ping. Like, your DPS will 100% suffer though. Do you know if they're going to allow packet transfers between NA and EU? I mean, they're going to be part of, like, quote-unquote global. I don't know if server transfers are going to allow transfers between those regions, but I guess we'll see. My guess is on no. Can I ask why you're going to be a Templar? I just answered, Andrew. Should I buy Founders Pack now or wait until the updated to get the sub included? You will get the sub regardless of when you buy it. Counter and Scene Ranger. I mean, hey, I played my Cleric for like 4 hours. I'm just out of dungeon energy on it. So, you know. Something, the show must go on or something. Oceanic server. I mean, the thing with Oceanic servers is that every time they do it, no one fucking plays on them. And then it's just a fucking waste of time and resources, right? So, as much as it sucks, it is what it is, right? Will we be making Temple macro guides? I'm probably not going to be making macro guide videos, but I'm going to have like class channels on my Discord where people are going to be able to share their macros and stuff once global releases. I want to see to play either Cleric or Spirit Master on release. I mean, hey, you're on YouTube, so technically speaking, you can rewind the stream a bit if you feel desperate. Miss something on my door? I mean, it's okay. I mean, long story short, I'm going to be playing Templar on global because I still want to play a support adjacent class. But I want to play one that is going to be performing a bit better in 1v1 than Cleric, right? So my option then are going to be Gladiator, Templar, and Channer. I don't want to play Glad because it's too powerful, in my opinion. And there's already someone within the group I'm going to be playing with that will be playing Channer, so that leaves Templar, right? That is the logic behind that. Bruh. In an overall picture, PvP, PvP, is Chanter or Cleric the better player? My understanding, Cleric is better than 2. The thing is, when it comes to just maintaining the group by yourself, like being the lone support, Cleric is a bit better at it because Chanter leans more on the buffing and DPS side, whereas Cleric has more healing, right? That being said, the light content, both are just like equal. The raid content, Chanter can still heal by itself, but Cleric is a bit preferable because the healing capabilities of Cleric are a bit better, and it's also able to resurrect and stuff. So long story short, both are good, both are wanted. Cleric is a bit better as like the lone support if you're not gonna have both in the group. The harder content, but ultimately you can just make do with both, right? Also on the flip side, Chanter is better for 1v1 PvP, whereas Cleric is just like not pretty much the worst class for that. But then again, Cleric is also the best class for group PvP, so it depends on what you care about the most. And all of this can still change, yeah. Balance is very fickle in this game. It just keeps changing. And yeah, obviously Global is going to be on Season 1, so there's a bunch of stuff that we have right now that we won't have on Global. Like, for example, I can tell you that early into Global, Chanter is going to be much better than it is right now on the Taiwan, because we won't have access to level 25 Stigmas, right? And therefore, the kits are going to be slightly different, which means that Power of the Storm is going to be the best of the two buffs again. And because the content is going to be so easy, like the healing capabilities of Cleric are not going to be like as needed. How is Elementalist? Spirit Master is doing great. Spirit Master is like genuinely slept on. How squishy is Cleric? Cleric is pretty sturdy. Also, you know, having built-in healing means like that if you fuck up, you're able to heal yourself like frame 1, so. Templar was the only way to tank siege bosses or endgame stuff compared to Glad, at least in AION2. I mean, it's... Both Glad and Templar are both like tanks, and they both can tank in every scenario, including raiding. But if you have both in the group, Templar is going to be the one doing the tanking. I haven't played since launch. I don't remember Gladiator being squishy and Templar. Did Gladiator tanking get buffed? Templar is sturdier. Gladiator has more life leeching. Basically. Like, Templar overall provides more to the group. The Gladiator has like more personal DPS. But both are perfectly capable of like tanking in general. My concern is if melee mechanics are heavily punishing. Nah. There's not much of an advantage versus disadvantage between being range or melee, honestly, in this game. It's pretty balanced. The early fights are not as well balanced, right? But overall, it's not much of a worry. Like, melees are Bing chilling in this game. Like, you have infinite gap closers, you have like manual blocks to invuln through like ground areas and stuff like that. Like, nah, it's fine. And thanks for the follow, Dark Latios. Okay. Do I dare intrude? Dude, I don't want to intrude anymore. Okay, I mean, this guy is really good, though. Okay, that's full. I remember Chromie murdering so many melee players when I was pugging. I got scared even thinking of trying melee. I mean, if you were struggling on Chromie as a melee, it was genuinely a skill issue. Even back then, because all you had to do on Chromie is just stand on her back. That's it. If you just stood on her back, all of the cleaves missed you. But like, especially now with all of the inherent power creep of all of the classes, like the convenience creep and everything, Season 1 is going to be like Bing chillin'. It's going to be very easy. Both in terms of like progression and difficulty. Like ultimately just focus on an archetype that you like. More so than being worried about performance or anything of the like. Like the only thing that matters in this game is playing a class that you enjoy. Because every class ultimately performs well. 360, lots of running out and in. Nah, all of the attacks on Cleric were just frontal cleaves. Is doing solo stuff with Cleric awful damage-wise? Nah, it's fine. Because like, grinding trash in the open world is that all of the trash in the open world just gets one shot. It doesn't matter the class, right? So it's all about the speed of your firing, right? Cleric is like middle of the road in terms of how fast you attack, right? Ranger is the king because Ranger is just like fucking shoots an AK-47, but every class is like about the same in terms of farming in the open world once you're properly situated and can actually one-shot the trash. And then if you're talking about Nightmare, like all of the content is just tailored. Triple support, really? Like all of the Nightmare content is tailored for every class to be able to do it. Cleric like maybe has slightly longer timers when it comes to killing the bosses in Nightmare. But you also have the advantage of like just being able to heal and dispel yourself 24/7, so you struggle less with mechanics. In a video you said Templar has the best life leech. I brought up the example of Templar and as like an example of life leeching being a problem in PvP. Every class has like pretty good life leeching, right? But Gladiator is the king of life leeching. Overall. Hello Don Don. How's that going? It's going. It certainly is going. I'm starting to get a bit hungry, I'm gonna be honest. Probably just gonna be running like a couple more and then I'm probably gonna be done. That takes a full Nile. But I mean, Templar also has pretty good life leech, like even in PvE. Like Templar is the quintessential tank, right? But the main thing with Templar is that it provides more, it just provides more buff to the group and sacrifices a bit of personal DPS for that, but it makes it up with the RDPS aspect, right? Whereas Gladiator is more focused on its own personal DPS. So sustain Cleric is a bit better. A channel can actually solo heal the content, looking at Uxor, even have the DPS to clear it. Ultimately, light content, so like dungeons, it doesn't matter what comp you bring, you're gonna be able to clear it. Like the game is built in such a way where you could go with 5 DPS, you could go with 5 support, you're gonna be able to clear dungeons, right? The actual like mention of comp comes in if you're trying to speedrun, if you're doing raids, or if you're doing like group PvP. Like this is where the mention of comp is starting to actually come on the table, right? Dungeons, it doesn't fucking matter what you bring. You're gonna be able to clear the dungeon. Like some comps are gonna, you know, struggle a bit more than others, but overall any comp is gonna be capable of farming. I presume you're going to about found us back on global. You mean purchase them? Yeah, I'm gonna be going the early access route. Yeah. In Sanctuary, the buffs apply to only a group or both groups? Only a group. So you need to have like separate supports on both groups. Although, realistically, you only really need one tank, right? But again, it's one of those things where the tanks are built in such a way where even if they're not tanking, just the buffs they provide to the group and everything, like, you're not upset about having them, because they ultimately, when you account for RDPS and everything, they contribute to the same amount as like a regular DPS, as long as you don't have like doubles. Andrew, thanks for hanging out. Are you using frame gen? Yes, I am. Can you show graphic settings? I can. I can just let these guys run, I guess. I can just like quickly swoop through them, and then you can just like rewind later on. There you go. Them's the breaks. Oh, it's still fucking 36. These fucking gateways, man. Oh my god. Did they fail to cross? Brother. The one time I don't cross for them. Crazy work, honestly. Can make a around 80 frame rate, there's no reason to use frame gen. Yeah. I just have it on to like large scale. But anyways, I'm capping my game at 60 since I'm streaming at 60, right? There's no point in me having higher frame rate. At the end of the day. Early access progress is going to reset and launch. Nah, that's just straight up not true. Early access are going to be on separate servers. Is the only thing. So can this guy show up? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was semi-set on Cleric if melee mechanics not that hard. Hello, with Chandler, especially more PvP Bible. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, if you're hesitating right now, you can either play on Taiwan to get a better idea of like what the classes do, or you can just like early into global progression, you can just play both, right? Because you're gonna be making multiple characters anyways, so you can just get both to 45, get exploration on both, right? Do some dungeoning on both and then take a decision. Season 1 ultimately is a setup season, right? It's a setup season. So nothing is going to be set in stone in Season 1. You're just going to be setting up for Season 2 and onwards. So you can just like, you know, progress a bit on 2 until you're like fully set on 1. Because even between your main and your ult, like, your progression is going to be pretty similar. Where's actually one in? Just what do I mean? Well, unfortunately, that is for you to figure out. I mean, hey, do you fuck more with the idea of being a range or being a melee? Do you fuck more with the idea of being more of a bruiser, more of a support? Like, these are the questions you gotta ask yourself, right? Ah, yes, keep giving me deadshot procs. Love that to me. I'm really not getting any level heart on this character, huh? Yeah, I hate to see it. Okay. Okay, anyways, chat, fellas, people of the internet, that's gonna be it for me for today. I need to fucking take a cold shower, I need to grab some food, I need to relax for a bit, and then I have some like stream work on stream stuff I want to do, so yeah. That's gonna be it for me for today, so thanks for watching, thanks for the follows, the subs, the resubs, and everything in between. Make sure to follow the channel on both Twitch and YouTube if you haven't already, and make sure to jump on my Discord to be made aware of my whereabouts. And for the rest, I'll be back tomorrow. I do have some plans in the morning, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming early. At the worst case scenario, I'm going to be doing a late stream tomorrow, but either ways, I'll let you guys know. And yeah. How's your experience Cleric in PvP XP when you solo? Impossible to get equal gear people? Yeah, Cleric doesn't do too well in solo PvP. It's excellent for group PvP though. I just watched the VOD. Alright. But yeah, let me just look for someone to potentially host perhaps. Let's see, what do we have going on? Egmo is streaming. The Asylon is streaming? What is Asylon doing? Is he doing some actual content? Not really. You know what? I'm gonna host Hegmo. Hegmo is a guy that started going full-time on streaming recently. He's mainly a Final Fantasy 11 player, but he does variety as well. So, even if you don't necessarily care, just say hi to the guy, right? Give him some power. And for the rest, I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. GG's. Yeah, he's actually playing 11 right now. He's doing some Odyssey.
I'd be happy to do that in Senate. But what if you're on Shiva? What if you're